Hey there, Rolling Kid. Hey there, everybody. How you doing tonight? So, whoa, 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 whoa. Like I said, I saw there were a couple of new missions since that have been put up on the workshop that looked interesting. So I want to have a look at those. Was one of the first things. Also though, one of the other things that really caught my attention was the shit. Hold on, I gotta do something here real quickly. I'm not in the game screen, so the double sound is kind of. There we go. Okay, now I gotta fix. So I saw those. I want to do those. I also want to get back into mission editing because there are some things that I've been trying to figure out how to get to work, and I have noticed though, one big problem with an objective that I was trying to, with the main mission I've been working on, called, the main mission I've been working on, which is meant to be like an escort counterinsurgency sort of mission with the cricket. I've had a bit of a problem. I've been trying to figure out how to set up ambushes in it. But the problem is, I was previously using waypoints. I was trying to use waypoint objectives where whenever you reach a waypoint, it would do something. I didn't realize that ground units can't trigger waypoint objectives, and that drove me nuts. I was just like, oh no, I gotta find another way to do this, god damn it, because I was trying to use waypoints as triggers to spawn in ambush squads and such. ASMR. So I was trying to figure out how to use waypoints to spawn in ambush squads, and that wasn't working. It wasn't working because the problem is, whenever the ground units would get to a waypoint, they would just stop and the triggers wouldn't go off. I had to fly through the waypoint in order to make it happen, and I was just like, ugh. This kind of just breaks everything. Because like I said, the entire plan was to try and have waypoints for the ground units to follow. They would go to the waypoint, that would trigger your other unit spawns and such, and you would get, this thing of new ambush. I like it a lot. I like nuclear option a lot. It's definitely a game that works better if you have people you're doing stuff with, which is probably why this might not be as quite so long of a stream as yesterday. But you need to have things to do in this game, because otherwise you kind of get into a situation where it's just you're not really doing much unless you have people to do it with, and or like set objectives, which I feel like is kind of a weakness of this game. That I don't know, it is you don't really have anything like a dynamic campaign the way like Gunner Heat PC or Falcon BMS does, which I think is one of the more interesting things about those games. But I'm hoping that they said there's going to be changes to the mission editor coming in the future, and I'm hoping that those changes let people make more dynamic missions, because that, I think, is the big problem right now. That's the big problem right now, is missions aren't for the most part, missions aren't very dynamic. You run into the situation where missions end up being, you go here, you deal with a relatively straightforward objective that might be fairly heavily defended but is otherwise not that big of a deal, and then you're done, and then you got to go manually select another one and do it over and over and over again. There's not really a way to set up missions to chain into each other or do it. There's things that need work, I think is the way to put it with this game, in terms of making it more dynamic. Is there are things that need work. I'm not asking for, like, a fucking Ace Combat story. I'm not asking for Ace Combat 3. I'm not asking for Ace Combat 3. I'm basically just saying it would be really, really nice if the mission editor was easier to make more dynamic missions in. And because right now it can be kind of a pain to build up missions. I've seen it done. RNG does a great job of it actually, but it can be kind of a pain in the ass to set up missions that are really dynamic and have like a flow to them, and make missions that have a narrative. It's kind of a pain in the ass to do that. Oh, that would be interesting. I think they're really more gonna lean. I think Shockfront is more gonna lean on improving the mission editor to let players create more dynamic missions. I think that's really the way this game is gonna go. Not so much a campaign setup like Gunner Heat PC has, where it can sort of procedurally or semi-randomly generate sets of missions. I don't think that's the direction Nuclear Option is going to go. I think what's going to end up happening is, like I said, the mission editor is going to get improved, and that's going to make it easier for the community to make more dynamic missions that have more of a narrative to them. Because I feel like that's really where that's when this game really shines. Is when you have missions like RNG's Primeval Campaign series, where they all represent a narrative. They represent an actual narrative where you go from mission to mission to mission, kind of like Arma. Yeah, exactly, kind of like Arma. That's a great way of thinking about it. Speaking of which, I was talking about this before. I really need to get Arma Reforger at some point. But the problem with Arma Reforger is, again, it's kind of the same problem that Nuclear Option has, where it's a game that works best when you have a group to play it with. And I mean, I've got a couple of people I play that occasionally show up on here with, like Pecan, Sleipnir, Merlin. But that's always the hard thing. It's always a hard thing, especially if you're streaming it, is setting up a consistent group to run things with. That can be a bit of a pain in the ass. Even with a game that has a more established community like Arma or Squad, etc., etc., etc. But Nuclear Option is still fairly new. And unfortunately, it hasn't had that time to really build up. It doesn't really have the time, or hasn't been around long enough. It doesn't really quite yet have the presence for especially streamers to build up a consistent group of people that would be interested in playing this. And that's I feel like that's going to be one of the real signs of this, when this game really takes off, of when things really start to like take off more, is when you start to see these people are starting to establish like consistent groups that would be interested in, well, not just Nuclear Option, but to put it bluntly, flight games that aren't War Thunder or DCS. That's the best way I can think to put it, is when you start seeing more consistent groups of people who are looking for flight sims that aren't War Thunder or DCS, which is starting to happen now. It's part of why Gunner Heat PC is blowing up. Hey, are you my dad? You're not my dad. I want to hear something. How are you doing? Oh, honestly, okay, so like I said before, it's already been kind of done, Samar. It's kind of already been done with, like I said, RNG's Primeval Campaign. RNG's Primeval Campaign is a great set of missions. I still haven't run through all of them yet, but they're really, really, really hard to do solo. I'm doing all right. But yeah, that's the thing with RNG's Primeval Campaign, is they're really hard to do solo. What I'm really looking forward to, so back in the day of back in the before times of like 2012 to 2014, I used to have a group of people that I would run IL-2 1946 with. We would do IL-2 1946, and we were, one of the guys in it was like all up, was either all in. I was really good at making or finding missions, and that was honestly just, it was a good time, even though later on those people turned out to kind of be assholes, but we won't talk about that because that's not relevant. The point is, honestly, yeah, no. The thing about Steel Beast is, though, Samar, the thing about Steel Beast, though, is you have to admit that while it's a very good simulation of what operating an actual tank is like, Steel Beasts kinda sucks at the other half of the equation, which is ultimately, and well, bluntly, Steel Beast kind of sucks as a game. It really does. Like, for all the fidelity it has, Steel Beast has the same problem as DCS, but somehow worse. Where, I don't know if you've ever heard the nickname. I don't know if you've ever heard the nickname that DCS has, Digital Cockpit Simulator. DCS has that problem where unless you get really involved in community yes, exactly, that's exactly what it is. Or not even, you need to have a setup where, yeah, exactly, that's exactly what I'm saying, Samar. That's exactly what I'm saying. Steel Beast is not a, it's either not a game or it's a really, really shit game. If you're using it as a training tool for doing for actual armor crew or even like reenactors or that kind of stuff, it makes total sense. It is a teaching tool. If you're just a person fucking around who's looking for something to, looking to just like fuck around, Steel Beast is not great. Steel Beast is really not great, because once you get through all the switchology, there's not much to do in Steel Beasts, and there really isn't much in the way of a community to fill that void of stuff to do, which DCS had, fortunately has. Like, DCS solo or just, out of the box, there's not much to do in DCS once you get done fucking with the switchology. But there is thankfully a very, a pretty good community in DCS that sets things up, that fills in that void. Whether it's people running serious missions or people doing guns only dogfight servers, which those are actually, I think, I would say right now, guns only dogfight servers are probably one of the more fun things that the DCS community has, because it's a chance to get away from all of the very serious systems management and just fuck around. It lets you fly the plane in real stupid ways that you normally wouldn't do if you were running like a serious mission. And you don't have people yelling at you for not using proper comms procedure, following proper comms procedure, etc., right? Which unfortunately is a problem. That is a problem that plagues the flight sim community. People who get way too up their ass about following procedure, even when it doesn't matter, or even when the manuals itself that they're talking about say, if you don't know the brevity code, if you don't know the procedure, plain language is fine. It's in the goddamn manuals. Like, I'm kind of getting into like a bit of a circle here, but that is actually one of the big things I feel like a lot of people would, I think that's one of the biggest problems that flight sim communities have, is you get people who take it way too seriously to a point where Yeah, no. Oh, nuclear option is a great entry point for flight sims, by the way. Nuclear option is a great entry point into flight sims. You're getting away from the more arcade sort of setup of the of games like Ace Combat or Project Wingman, but it's still way more accessible than something like DCS. You aren't getting into things like systems management and procedure. I wish I could play VTOL VR. I wish I could. So, little bit of personal trivia about, oh, you can't use any of the ground units though, Bacon King. Nuclear option, you can't use any of the ground units. They're not playable. What I'm hoping, they're not going to do that, but they're never going to be. But what I'm hoping they do is let a player be, you know how the Zeus, are you familiar with how the Zeus works in Arma? Where you can basically influence, you can take command of like AI and such and influence the map overall, almost like an RTS. That is what I'm hoping is in nuclear options future for ground and naval units, is let a player be the Zeus. Yeah, you can kind of already do it already, but I'm saying expand that. So instead of just giving move commands, you can, yeah, like an active RTS, exactly. An RTS where, you know, it's an RTS, also a flight sim, especially because what I still think one of the best flight sims of all time, Falcon 4.0, when they made the dynamic campaign, which is still considered to be the gold standard of flight sim campaigns to this day, when they made the dynamic campaign in Falcon BMS, they basically, the person who was responsible for that basically said, I forget the name, it's not Gilman Louis. Gilman Louis did a lot for Falcon, but he didn't do a lot for Falcon 4.0. He didn't do the dynamic campaign though. But whoever, I forget the name of the person who did the dynamic campaign for Falcon 4.0. The thing they said was, when I designed this, I was not thinking of a flight sim. I designed this like it was a strategy game. And that's why it works so well. And I feel like that is a great approach for anybody who is making any sort of flight sim or whatever, is start by making an RTS. Or some kind of strategy game. Start by making a strategy game, and then build the active player, sim layer on top of that. Use a strategy game as your foundation, and then build on top of that. So whenever the players are actually flying around, they become, like, basically, to put it bluntly, the players become the equivalent of hero units in an RTS. Also, yeah, hey Chambusis. I feel like that is a great piece of advice for anybody who wants to make. Ooh, I actually had a similar sort of trajectory. Although, I'm gonna warn you right now, Dad 23. You get into this, if you really wanted to get into flight sim, you can spend, not just flight sims, racing sims, flight sims, racing sims and flight sims are money pits. Like, oh my God, they're money pits. You could spend so much goddamn money on your, on setups for like racing, flight, space sims. Oh yeah, no, you're already kind of getting an idea what I'm talking about. It's gonna get worse. If you really want to get into it, it's gonna get so much worse. You don't have to spend these kinds of money, but you're gonna be really tempted to want to spend this kind of money. Like, I'm talking, you've got a Thrustmaster HOTAS right now, right? A Thrustmaster HOTAS is, it's a decent HOTAS for somebody who's kind of like, it's a decent HOTAS for casually just poking around and flying, fucking around with flight sims. And nuclear option is a perfect match for, actually, I'm gonna say it right now, I think the Thrustmaster HOTAS is actually just a little bit too much for nuclear option. Nuclear option was made to be played with an ordinary controller, or like you said, like your previous stick, the Logitech 3D Pro. It kind of sounds weird, but nuclear option was designed with that in mind. even like a Thrustmaster HOTAS is a bit much. But it kind of shows what I'm talking about. It's like, you don't need a Thrustmaster HOTAS for like nuclear option, or even War Thunder for that, or even like War Thunder for like nuclear option or War Thunder. But you get into that, you want a HOTAS. No, Samar. I'm talking about the fact that when you get into something that no, it's not War Thunder Syndrome. It's a different concept entirely. I'm talking about how once you get into the sim genre, you make two discoveries. Sim peripherals can get really expensive, but also goddamn you want them. that's the phenomenon I'm talking about, where you start with, you start with like a mouse and keyboard, maybe, or a control, or an ordinary Xbox, gamepad, or even a basic flight stick. And then you have this moment of realization that there are some extremely high-end sim peripherals that cost a goddamn fortune. And then you're like that episode of but you end up being like that, and it ends up being that episode of SpongeBob where he's in Sandy's house. When he goes into Sandy's dome and he's like looking at the water. I don't need it. I don't need it. I need it. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly like getting into Warhammer or any miniature or any tabletop war game for that matter. It's getting into any tabletop war game where it's like, sure, you don't need that really expensive thing that looks really cool, but God, you want it. God, you want it. 'Cause it looks so cool. It's like, oh, racing sims. Racing sims are the worst for this, actually, though. Like flight sims, yeah, HOTASes can be really expensive. Racing sims are the worst. Yeah, no, I can imagine Chibusa. This is the thing, like your card is already $1,900 for your upgrades. Not surprising at all. Not surprising at all. You're just like, I don't need these things, but fuck, I want them. It's exactly the mindset. Yeah, no, Forge World Titan model moment. You're like, that sim cockpit is $1,000. I would never use this. Add to cart. It is that moment exactly. It is that feeling exactly. That is what getting into Sims will do to you. That is what getting into Sims will do to you. It's, holy shit, that costs a lot of money. Holy shit, I would never use this. I'm going to buy it anyways. Oh, it's such, it is the worst kind of affliction. It is the worst kind of affliction where, like I said, you're thinking, I have nowhere to mount this new panel. Looks like I gotta buy a new mount. And then you buy it and you're thinking, if I'm buying a new mount, I might as well get 2 more. And if I'm getting 2 more, and if I'm getting 3 mounts, I might as well get 3 monitors. And if I'm getting 3 monitors, I might as well buy this cockpit. And if I'm doing that, and you see how it snowballs, right? You see how it snowballs. This is the affliction that can very quickly strike you when it comes to Sims. Then you get it, you're like, I want a white one. Yeah, no, exactly. That is exactly it right there. That is it entirely. And that is what I mean when I say it's like a boat. It's like a boat. You know the phrase that, you know how boat, sometimes people turn it into an acronym that means break out another 1,000? At least in this case though, unlike a boat where the cost is maintaining it so that when you do want to use it, it doesn't sink and kill you. At least when it comes to sim peripherals and sim setups, yeah, but to afford it all, you're never home to use it. Yeah, the one good thing about sim peripherals and such though is that at the very least, there are ways to suppress that impulse of buying shit you don't need but looks really cool. And one of the easiest ways to do it, one of the easiest tricks, an easy trick is the cheese man. The cheese man. What kind of cheese you got for me? What kind of cheese you got for me? You come here, you call yourself the cheese man. You better have some cheese. I don't want you coming in here with no cheese. You're a cheeseless cheese man if you do that. And a cheeseless cheese man is a bitch. So what you got for me, What kind of cheese you got for me? I protect the cheese. Okay. Okay. I want your cheese. I want your cheese, man. I want your cheese. Yeah, I don't need that $1,600 resin chunk. 4 minutes later, add to cart. Yeah, but that is okay. It's ironic we're saying that, Samar, because that is actually one of the ways you kind of suppress that impulse to just buy things. That's one of the ways you suppress that impulse to buy things. You do it by specifically focusing on the very high end. Because if you focus on the very high end, you start having to ask yourself, can I really afford this? Do I really want this? Look at the other chat pack. That's how. Look at the other chat. That's how. But really focusing in on the high end and pushing it so that every time you do buy something, it's a decision you really have to consciously think about. That can really help with suppressing that compulsive buying. Because, again, like I said, because what you're buying is so expensive, because it's so up there and such a big ask. Yeah, there's a second chat. There's a second chat on the left side of the screen. There are two chats. I need to figure out how to align them with each other better at some point as well, and maybe even put like a little symbol for each one. I know that's how Halbernack has it, where the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat have their own little. I need to do that at some point. And it doesn't have to be anything like fancy like he has, where he has the little gremlin creature. But I need to do something to mark them apart from each other so people will recognize what's going on there. Also, I don't like how much space they take up right now. Basically, the overlay is gonna need some work, is what that boils down to. But anyways, the thing also is, like, Chimpius, you say you try and search for rare items. The thing with that is you can still apply this logic to what you're doing, where you need to increase your threshold for what rare means, to where whenever you're looking at something, like when you're looking for something that's rare, it's like, oh god, that's rare. Oh god, that's expensive. And now you have to consciously think about whether you're going to buy it versus just doing it on an impulse. That is actually, it doesn't work for everyone. It doesn't work for everyone, but that is a technique you can kind of use to control that impulse of just like buying things. You can kind of use that to control that impulse to just buy things. Like I said, not a perfect solution, but it can work. But let's actually bring ourselves over. Let's bring ourselves over to nuclear option now. So bring ourselves in nice and close. There we go. My thoughts on the M10 Booker are the M10. Okay, so the reason, the thought process behind why it got canceled is incredibly stupid. The thought process on why it got canceled is incredibly stupid, but the M10 Booker was also stupid. The M10 Booker was an inherently stupid vehicle. Oh, wait, what's going on with the mic, Parasitus? What's going on with the mic? Do I sound funky? Do I sound wrong? Am I crackling or what? What's going on with the mic? Because it doesn't sound like... Let me check something real quickly here. Let me check something now that you're mentioning... Oh, it was your end. Okay. I was a little worried there because my mic has been acting up these past few days. Oh, is it crackling? Oh, is it? Let me check that real quickly. Ooh. Okay, it seems like it's fine. I'm doing like I'm just doing the thing where I open it up in Audacity and I check it right there. But if it's crackling, oh, I hate that. Like I said, I'm thinking I might need to get a new interface at some point in the near future because this one has been very temperamental. Yeah, this one has been temperamental for whatever reason and does some really stupid things here and there. Again, it's one of those things where I don't know what the cause of it is, unfortunately. I think I am just going to eventually get... So again, the Booker is one of those vehicles that was kind of doomed from the get-go. I don't like why it was canceled, but I am kind of glad. I don't want to say glad, but it's for the best that it specifically was. However, everything else that was canceled with it is incredibly stupid. Canceling the JLTV, canceling further Humvee procurement. What the fuck? No, I don't understand. I do know why. And that makes it worse. I know why they canceled those two, and that makes it worse. I don't like getting political because I get angry and it's hard for me to stop once I get started. So I'm going to try and keep this restrained. And short. The entire reason why the Booker, JLTV, further Humvee procurement, and further Striker procurement was canceled is because we have an incredibly stupid people in charge of the Army and DoD that earnestly believe that a SEAL team can capture Beijing if they just war crime hard enough. And unfortunately, that's not going to change very soon. And we're going to pay the price for this terminal, what sometimes is referred to as operator brain, for the next decade. And I'm just going to leave it there. Because otherwise I'm just going to get pissed off. And I don't want to do that right now. What is your very big question, Cheese Man? What is your very big question? Oh yeah, no, it's like, I don't know if coping is the right way to describe it, Samar. Cheese is made of moon. Moon is not made of cheese. Moon cannot be eaten, but cheese is made of moon. You can't eat the moon, but the stuff that's in the moon can be processed to make cheese somehow. I don't know how, but it's I'm gonna say it's possible somehow. I don't know how, but yes, the moon is not made of cheese. The cheese is made of moon because it's full of holes. That's why, Cheese Man. And some of those holes have things in them that you don't want to run into. That's why moon looks like cheese. Moon looks like cheese because moon is full of holes. You know what else the moon is full of? Do you know what else the moon is full of aside from holes? The moon is full of rabbits. Like, you can go and look at it. The moon is full of rabbits. No, seriously. Yeah, the moon is full of rabbits. This is like a thing. People have, known about this for some time now. Let me make sure I don't have that turned off. I don't. Okay, good. I don't know if they're cheese rabbits. I just know they're rabbits. They might be cheese rabbits, but I don't know. They're rabbits, though. That's what they are. The moon is full of rabbits. But anyways, let's see. What was I saying about new missions? There are new missions that I picked up recently, and I want to have a look at. Let's see. First one. The first one is actually kind of straightforward. So I don't know if this was made by the same person, but there is this mission down here, this time trial mission. Yeah, PJ's time trial. I didn't check to see if this was made by the same person, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is, because an update, like I think this last update, the last update Nuclear Option had added a new map, which was the Ignus archipelago. And I was honestly waiting to see how long it would take somebody to do a time trial or like air race map in Ignus. It just fits. Let's see what we've got here. Oh, that's why I don't hear anything. There we go. Now you can hear the game. I was like, wait, why is the game muted? That's why the game was muted. I fixed it. So we've got compass. Oh, we can only use the compass? Really? Well, honestly, I say that, but that's not actually a bad way to start, just to get a feel for the layout of the map. Then once we got a feel for the course, then we can go to something like I don't know. No, it's not made of cheese. I don't know why you would think the mic is made of. Oh, I know what's going on with the mic. There we go. That's why the mic was sounding kind of funky. I know what was going on now. I had the gain turned up too high, and that's probably that was making it peak. So, well, I fixed that now, so hopefully it should sound a little bit better. I went and turned the gain down a little bit. It should sound a bit better now. Because that is something every once in a while I have to go and have a look at. I was like, wait, how much do I have the gain set to? Turns out I had it set way higher than I thought I did. Let's see. Left. Okay. So, up we go. You know, I might be, I might not be. I wouldn't try it if I were you. That's all I'm going to say on that one. I would not test whether or not I'm made of cheese. All I'm going to say on that subject, because no, Samar, no it doesn't. There is no cheese compartment. There's none of that, unfortunately. But let's get a feel for this course now. Be really nice. Okay, I think the arrows are saying course goes this way. Yeah, it is. Okay. So I was trying to figure out which way the course went. I've got it now. I just needed to read the arrows. I've got it now. This is actually really good use of props, though. Just have them set up as signposts and markers. So now we come left through here. And that puts us on towards the first gate. I'm assuming that's the first gate. Yeah, that's the first gate. Okay. Through the first gate. And next gate is that way, down below the bridge. I hope I'm reading this right. I do wish there was like a little bit more of a marker for which direction you're supposed to run the course, because it is kind of funky right now. It's like, do I need to go this way or did I need to go the other way? I think I needed to go the other way. So let's restart and let's try going the other way. Because I think we do need to go the other way. So let's try this now real quick. I think we went the wrong way. I think we went the wrong way and that arrow wasn't quite right. Let's try going the other way, see how that actually plays out. I think this mission could use some waypoints. To say, like, this is the direction you need to go. But if that's the case, so then this is the start finish gate. That would actually make a lot of sense if this was both a start and a finish line, because that way you have the, you have the lap marker. Up, gear up, and let's see where this takes us. This might actually be the way it's intended to go. Yeah. This is pretty clear out so far. And that would be the first gate then, without any like weird turns or whatever to get through here. Yeah, this is much more straightforward already. I can see this one leads to that one, etc., etc., etc. Things don't look backwards. I was going the wrong way last time. At least it feels like this is the right way now. Yep, okay. Into the river. Every time I hear the cricket theme, all I can think is this sounds kind of like the cricket theme sounds like some music you would hear for a commercial for a hardware store. I've mentioned this before, but honestly, it does. It sounds like music you would hear in a commercial for a hardware store. Like, for whatever reason. Oh shit, I need to go this way actually. Ah, there's the gate. Okay. I was going the wrong way. I was like, wait, this doesn't look right. I was going the wrong way. Okay. So yeah, no, the cricket is definitely the right choice for starting this. Again, just to get a feel for the course. That would be funny once. That would be funny once, Cheese Man. But then, but after that, it would just be like, ugh. I don't know. We've all done that once whenever we actually first got into flight sims and we just were fucking around. But after a while, you start to realize it's like that time SpongeBob ripped. I'm making another SpongeBob reference because of course I am. It's like that time SpongeBob ripped his pants. It's funny the first few times, but it doesn't last. It doesn't last. Funny crashes and such are funny because they're not intended. You're not like going, ooh, I'm gonna pitch the nose up and then dive straight down to the water. It's, oh fuck, I was trying to do something I thought was really cool and it went wrong. What? Oh, there we go. Yeah, we need to go down under the bridge, and then it's a right to the next gate. Yeah, no, this is definitely the way it's meant to go. I was going the wrong way last time. Turn off AOA limit. And down under the bridge! Okay. Take a right to reach the next gate. At least I think that's the next gate. I hope that's the next gate. And I'm not misreading this and going backwards. Oh shit, I might be. But I don't know if I am or not. So, like I said, I need to get a feel for the course first. So it's under that bridge, and then from there, looks like it's that way. Okay. So we are just, like I said, we're just getting a feel for the bridge now. Oh, I've done that actually, Cheese Man. So there's a clip I've done that in with the Revoker. I have a clip of that where I did that with the Revoker, where I threw it into a spin. I threw it into a hard stall. And then I used the fact that it has incredible AOA control to pull it out of that spin, just barely miss touching the ground, and pull up from there. I think I'm missing something again. I did miss something. I need to actually go that way. Oh, God. Hold on. I'm going to adjust this mission so that I'm not just in the cricket, because I think being in the cricket is kind of hurting. In some ways, it does help because it helps me get more of a layout for the course. But also, the fact that you are moving so slowly means you can get lost. which is kind of a bit of a weird setup there. So customize mission, max that out, start. And then let's get the revoker this time. Confirm. Completely empty. Good. Start the engine. Yeah, like I said, I figured I needed to go towards the city, but like I said, because of how slow I was going, I was getting lost. So I want to see if this works out better. So pull that back just a little bit. Come over there. Come on towards the runway. Cut our throttle. Brakes a little bit just to keep ourselves under control. And then at the line. Okay, stop. And throttle up. Here we go. Let's see if maybe the revoker, like, you know, flying this in the revoker, I have a better feel for the course. Okay, gear up. Keep the AOA limiter on until we've got some speed. Then we can bring around 300 knots. Now we're good to bring the AOA limiter off. And let's see if we have better control. One of the things I love about this game as well is its soundtrack. I've talked about this before, how much I love this game's soundtrack. And one of the main reasons, again, something I've said a lot already, but it bears repeating. One of the main reasons why I love this game's soundtrack is the fact that, oh god, I needed to go under that bridge, whatever. Like I said, we're trying to get a feel for the course right now, so missing some of those things like going under the bridge is fine. But you need to remember to do that when we're actually running it for time. Da, na, 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 na. Da, na, 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 under the bridge. Woo! Okay, cut throttle, hard turn. Second bridge. I'm wondering if I accidentally went under the same bridge twice and that's why I got lost. Not off the top of my head. No, one shot. That name doesn't make sense. That name isn't familiar to me, Cheese Man. What is that? Bridge 2. Fuck. We were doing so well. We were doing so well that I clipped I clipped the bridge. Just ever so slightly. Fuck. Damn it. The nice but depressing game 2D. Is it kind of... Okay, let me see what this is actually. I'm kind of curious now that you're mentioning it. Because there's another game that I was recommended as well recently called Intravenous 2. Somebody recommended I play Intravenous as well. Let's see what I just want to see what this is now. Top-down puzzle game. Child through a mysterious world on a mission to restore its long dead son. The world knows you exist. Oh, it's one of these kinds of games. Oh, this looks interesting. Let's see what this other game was as well. Now I want to see what this other game is as well. Intravenous 2, because somebody said I would actually like this. Oh, I see what Intravenous 2 is now. Yeah, no, I can see why somebody would say I would like that. Yeah, I just looked at both of them right now, Cheese Man. I just looked at both of their Steam pages right now. Like, right as you were saying this, I was like, I want to go see what this is. Okay, let's try not crashing. Recommend listening to On Little Cat Feet, but you don't recommend listening to My Burden is Dead. Oh boy. Those are some song titles. Ooh, that is a good question, Samar. Favorite video game music of all time. That is very hard because there's like 5 that immediately come to mind when you ask that question, and I don't know which ones to go to from there. So, and also the other problem is you asked me that question now. You asked me that question now, and if you ask me that question in a week, my answers will probably be completely different just because I'll be listening to something and realize, wait, this does what? But I'll tell you one of the favorite things I've listened to recently is. One of my favorite things I've listened to recently, it's from the Doll's Nest soundtrack, and it's a song called Call to Multiply. And it does a bunch of really, really cool things. So, actually, I don't do like a bunch of, it has a really cool thing to it. Specifically, it's in a fun time signature. So, Call to Multiply is in 7/4 time, and that is one of my favorite. That's one of the things that I recently have been very, very fond of, is songs that either have unique time signatures or polymeters or polyrhythms, stuff that, you know, things that have these like complex patterns in them that still sound good, because it's very hard to do both. It's very hard to do both. I don't think people really understand just how hard it is to make a song that does, you know, that has like polymeter, but also sounds good. It's a very difficult thing to do. Just look at Animals as Leader. Look at Monomyth by Animals as Leaders. That song, you know, Monomyth has a really cool polymeter going on, but it's not a great song. It's a really cool technical exercise in terms of, in music theory, but it's not a good song. It's got cool ideas that you can extract from it, but I wouldn't want to listen to it. I'll just put it that way. Like, it's not one of those songs I would put on to listen to. I respect Monomyth, but I don't like Monomyth. God damn it, I did it again. Not as bad this time, though. Okay, we're still flying. But like I said, okay, let's not actually try and run the course, but let's fly the course. Let's fly the layout of the course so I can get a feel for it and see where all we need to go and how we need to reach it. So we're not going to actually follow the gates, which are obviously meant to be under the bridge, but I want to get a feel for the course. So we're going to try and fly close to the course, but not really following the course, because I feel like that is something I need to do first. Up and left towards the next arrow. And let's see, where is this taking us? Left turn, 2 left turns right after another, one sharper than the other. Na 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 na. Probably wants us to fly through that tower, so we're gonna have that over there. Ooh, engine is not happy right now. Our engine is not happy right now. I can feel it, just how the throttle response is. We are not getting a lot of power out of it right now, and it's not happy. Oh, they want us to fly through that. That's fun. That's fun. I'm definitely gonna need to practice that in a slower jet, like the Compass. I'm gonna practice in something slower, like the Compass or Cricket. But now that I'm getting the layout of this down, which is where the Revoker is helping because it's faster, so I'm less likely to get lost. Practicing the actual gates in something like the Cricket or Compass is definitely going to be much more practical, because I'm actually going to know where I'm going. All right, next is under that bridge. Which is pretty straightforward, but also... Okay, up, 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 up. We need to hit the gate. All right, next gate is here. And I'm already seeing how that other arrow's like... That other arrow that kind of messed with me earlier. I'm seeing where that goes now. Come around. Yep, and we go through this gate. Take a right at the next... Obviously, next turn is right. I really, I honestly do think this game needs this map needs waypoints. This map needs waypoints to like let people know what's going on with that. You know, gate 1, gate 2, etc. as you're going through it. But those also kind of present a new problem where, okay, you could maybe do that as like a practice version of this, where you have the gates marked with waypoints. That's probably what I would do. Mark the gates with waypoints for like a practice version, and then, oh god, my yaw, adverse yaw. That is absolutely rough adverse yaw. All right, let's see if I can't slow down enough to land this thing, because it's not happy. It's not happy right now. Oh man, this plane is not happy right now. That left side tail, that damage to the left side of the tail. Oh, we might afterburner, power. Fuck. But we kind of have the layout now. But I think I also know a better jet to run it in, just because it's got a lower profile, so we're less likely to have those tail strikes under bridges. Oh. How did that happen? Yeah, whatever. I accidentally enabled slow-mo. I was like, oh no, is the game acting up? No, it's fine. I got it though. I've got it now. So let's bring the vortex up. I think this is really going to be the jet to run this in. If for no other reason than, like I said, it's a little bit smaller than the... Oh, that sounds fun. Cry about it. NyQuil Revoker. That also reminds me, there's another idea I had. So, you know how people have like different nicknames? You know how like there's different nicknames? You know how the tarantula has like 3 different nicknames? Some people call it the Terra, some people call it the Spider. I know at least a couple other people, myself included, call it the Ranch. I had an idea for a skin for the tarantula of just a Hidden Valley bottle. Oh, it's for the vortex. Okay, why NyQuil though? Now I gotta ask, why NyQuil for the vortex? I gotta ask now, where does that, why NyQuil? By the way, I always have to bring this up whenever I have the Vortex theme playing, but I discovered a while back that the Vortex theme syncs up really, really well with the Su-57 dogfight of average Stobble gameplay. The Vortex theme syncs up really, really well with the Su-57 dogfight in Top Gun Maverick. Ooh boy. Burner. Back down to mill. All right, yeah, see you around, Samar. See you around. But that is something I discovered a little while back, actually like almost like right after the Vortex first came out, that the theme music for the Vortex syncs up really, really well with the Su-57 dogfight from Top Gun Maverick. But it's right when they go into the canyon. It's right when they go into the canyon, they've got the Su-57 chasing after them. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Right around here, not right quite yet here, but a little bit. Okay, we're not going to take that bridge. I know. We're a little too far out to take that bridge. Cut throttle. AOA limiter off. We're not going to make that gate. Okay. And just keep going. it is right around, yeah, right around this point is when Tom Cruise, you know, yanks the throttles back and then flicks on the manual override for, fuck. I'm sorry, but I love the Vortex theme. I love the Vortex theme. It's such a good theme. The jet itself is kind of, and I think it does need some, adjustment. It needs some work performance-wise. But it's a very fun plane. The TA-30 Compass is the TA-30 Compass, yeah. It's also a space shuttle. This is still one of my favorite skins. I forget who made this skin. I could look on the workshop, but I love the space shuttle skin for the Compass. It's just such a perfect look. Ah, god damn it. Yeah, no, I think I know what it is, actually, Cheese Man. I think at some point I am just gonna need to get a new interface, because I think this one is kind of dying. Focusrite's quality control is not great, and it's funny because Focusrite and Behringer use a lot of the same internal components on their interfaces, right? A lot of the same internal components, but it's funny because Behringer's interfaces are cheaper, and they have better, and they seem at least to have better quality control from people, at least from people I've talked to. People I've talked to about audio interfaces, I've heard that for whatever reason, Behringer's audio interfaces are both cheaper and have at least somewhat better quality control. I don't know entirely how valid that is. I mean, a B2 skin is basically already kind of what the default skin for the Dark Reach is, though. The Dark Star, sure, but the B2 it's already kind of there. So you wouldn't be changing much about the Dark Reach if you did a B2 skin. Now, a B21 skin, that's another story. A B21 skin, making it, you know, white, that would be interesting. Yeah, the B2 is iconic for a reason. The B2 is an icon, so of course you do. Everybody loves the B2. It's an icon. How can you not love the B2? If you don't love the B2, something is wrong with you. Or you're Serbian. That might explain it. It's like either something is wrong. Actually, no. I say something is wrong with you or you're Serbian as if those are the same, as though those are two different things. It's like, of course something's wrong with you. You're Serbian. Okay, down through here. Come along through this way. Up. All right, cut throttle. Hard turn. I don't think I'm going to make that gate. I'm not going to make that gate. Okay. I'm not going to make that either, but close enough. And fuck, I'm lost again. Okay, I think I've got it now. There's the gate. Okay, now we're going the right way. Now that I see the gate, I've got it again. Shit, I'm lost again. I needed to go that way, I think. Not entirely sure that's right, though. No. I'm definitely lost. Oreo B2. That would be kind of funny. The top and bottom are black, but then like the leading edge, like the edge of the wing is white. That would be funny, actually, Cheese Man. That would actually be that would be a fun skin. I'm not gonna lie, that would be a legitimately fun skin. And don't worry, Cass. Don't worry, Cass. This plane is too small to do that. So even I was going to say I know what I'm doing, but that's a blatant lie. That's a blatant lie. But this plane is too small to cause that to happen. It's fine. Also, but anyways, something else I've discovered though, while I've been playing this game, something I've discovered is, unfortunately, there is a substantial chunk of people who don't understand what stable versus unstable means when it comes to aircraft. Because like, this is one guy in particular. I'm not gonna name them, because if you know who they are, you know who I'm talking about. Like, if you're on the Nuclear Option Discord, you know who I'm talking about when I say there is somebody who does not understand what the difference between a stable and an unstable aircraft is. Honestly, it's not a bad way to do it, cry about it, because at the end of the day, I was saying this earlier, as much as, like, you know, a HOTAS and such is nice, this is a game that is basically made to be played on an ordinary controller. You know, it's made to be accessible to an ordinary controller. Ba-na-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. The airplane that carries airplanes. I'm still mad about that. I'm still mad about what happened to that plane, cheese man. The AN-225, I think that's what you're talking about. You're either talking about one of the Guppies, or you're talking about the AN-225. And if you're talking about the AN-225, I will never forgive the Russians for what they did to that plane. I will never forgive the Russians. Yeah, no, that's exactly, but that's very much true. Most fighter planes are actually built unstable. But people don't understand what unstable actually means. People don't actually understand what an unstable aircraft means. And they have this idea that, oh, all the planes in Nuclear Option are stable because you need to give them pitch input to turn. If they were unstable, they would just, you know, it's really stupid things like that. Again, like I said, if you know who I'm talking about, you know who I'm talking about, and their total lack of understanding of what instability actually means. Because what an unstable aircraft will do... Yeah, no. You're playing Nuclear Option as an F-15, and Prez from what the fuck? That is such a strange setup. Also, I'm just gonna let you know right now, cry about it, I am not the biggest fan of Project Wingman. Not because of the gameplay or anything like that. I think Madeline Doro did a great job voicing Prez, but... So, I talked about the Ace Combat series before earlier, and I was talking about how... Whoa, fuck! I was talking about how... I brought up the Ace Combat series earlier today. I don't like Matthew Nguyen. I don't like Matt Nguyen's writing. Fly Away Now, Matthew Nguyen, whichever one you know him by. But I think both of the names are in the credits. Both of the names are in the credits, whichever one you've ever heard about. You've never played Project Wingman! I did play it kind of early on, and there's a lot of really cool detail things that they did that's kind of neat, but I don't like Matthew Nguyen's writing. I'm gonna say it right now, I don't like Matthew Nguyen's writing. So when it comes to the Ace Combat, because I have opinions about the Ace Combat series, specifically opinions shared by, have you ever heard of Falcon's Fighter Tales cry about it? If you've seen Falcon's Fighter Tales, then you might have seen his video about how Ace Combat 5 was a step backwards. And I very much agree with him. Okay, what's the giant question, Cheese Man? What's the giant question? But yeah, I kind of... Oh, yo! RC plane designs, that's cool. Yes, it's an incredibly stupid vehicle. It's an incredibly stupid vehicle that never would have been built. It is the Rat is an incredibly stupid vehicle. That's great. That's great material if you're like writing a comic book or a game story or whatever. it's great material for fiction, but does not work in reality. It's a very stupid vehicle in reality, but it's an incredibly fun thing. Yeah, it was too big to be built, 100% too big to be built. But if you're like making like a comic book or a game or any kind of like story, basically, if you're writing any kind of like story, stuff like the P1000 can be very fun. Just, it doesn't work in reality, but that's why fiction exists. Fiction exists so we can do the things that don't work in reality, because reality always finds a way to make it boring. But anyways, like I was saying, I have opinions on the Ace Combat series and how narrative, both in a mechanical and a narrative sense, Ace Combat 5 did a lot of harm to the Ace Combat series. It did, because it did a few things. First of all, it oversimplified the flight model. So Ace Combat has always been an arcade game. It's not a sim. But Ace Combat 3 and Ace Combat 4 had great flight models for an arcade flight game. Yeah, no, exactly, Dad. Exactly, Dad 32. That is entirely what it is. It's how do you know, again, like I said, this is why fiction exists. This is why fiction exists. To make the things that don't work in reality, fiction is a place for all the things that don't work in reality. You know, that you can't do in reality. Oh, I mean, that may eventually be a thing, Cry about it. You might actually see asset modding get added to this game eventually, but it's gonna be a while. It's gonna be a while, because there's a lot of work that needs to be done on this game still under the hood in terms of like making systems work, and it's gonna take, like I said, it's gonna take some time before something like asset modding is viable in this game. All right, we got it now. Burner, power. And through the windmill, through the wind turbine. All right, we're back on course. Through the tower, can we fit? We fit! Oh, I'm lost now. And I'm lost. Shit. I flew through the tower to see if I would... Oh, I came at it from the wrong angle. God damn it. Every time I'm getting lost. And it's like, I wasn't getting lost that one time, even though I was crashing a bunch. But for whatever reason, now I'm getting lost. Oh, yeah, no. Whenever this game eventually gets, that's gonna be a huge moment for this game, and at some point it's going to happen. No, it's further along. It's further than that. Cry about it. It's like 2070. It's not 2035. It's like 2075. It's in the 2070s. So it's like 50 years from now. It's even further than 2035. And it's also one of the reasons why I do really hope we get more aircraft going in the future that lean into just how far off it is. We really get aircraft that lean into just how far off it is. You know, things that aren't like, you know, it's straddling that fine line of plausibility and futurism. It's straddling that fine line of plausibility and futurism where it's how do you make something that is like, how do you make something that is believable? But no, that's exactly what I'm getting at though, Cry about it, is how do you make something that is believable, but also still futuristic? And that is the fine line that Mitch and the rest of the team at Shockfront is trying to strike. And they're trying to ride that very fine line of, yeah, it's futuristic, but it's also believable. Not to mention, there's also kind of the implication that a lot of the aircraft in Nuclear Option, even in, a lot of the aircraft in Nuclear Option aren't new in 2070. They're not the newest and hottest bleeding edge of technology. This is a secondary, this is like two small countries buying the bigger country's surplus, or developing kind of slightly older, working with older technology, stuff that's new now, but will be kind of old in like 50 years, where, in order to, fight each other with. A modded creature in Subnautica that's like, what? What is it, cheese? Is it cheese? Also, thanks for the follow. So large it could be the size of an island. Ah. Vertical, 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 vertical. Whoo! We are up. Keep the air brake on. We're gonna need to come around here. Haha! Goodbye, bot! There's no Blackbird stuff here. What do you mean there's no Blackbird stuff here? What do you mean by that, Nuker? Come on! Shit! God damn it. What do you mean by no Blackbird stuff, though, Nuker? What is that supposed to mean? God, I love the Revoker, though. It's like, the Revoker is such a fun plane to fly, and it's entirely because, despite what some people say, turn right and follow the river after that turn instead of going for gate. Huh. Interesting. Want to know something funnier about... What else do you gotta say about the Garg? I'm guessing that's the creature that's the size of an island. Yeah, that's that's exactly what I'm saying about this game, Nuker, is so there's speculation. It is possible to speculate what, new top of the line aircraft would be like in 2070 just based off of what's in the open source world. So that, especially if you're making completely fictional aircraft, there's enough material in the open source world that you can speculate what a brand new top of the line aircraft in 2070 might look like, for a fictional design. There's enough material to do that. But yeah, you're never going to figure, whenever we get to 2070, there's going to eventually, whenever we do get to 2070, whatever's new in 2070 is going to still be a surprise. It's going to be a surprise even with the information in the open source world. But yeah, like everything in Nuclear Option is kind of old by 2070 standards. It's all stuff from like the 2030s and 2040s. It's all stuff from like the 2030s and 2040s in terms of like the technology level. Again, just going off of like speculation. Well, not even the 2040s, but like the late 2020s and early 2030s. That's kind of where the tech level for the aircraft is at right now. There really isn't much in the way of... There isn't much in the way of... aircraft that are really using what would be 2070 technology. At least not yet. I don't know what that's ever going to change because, like I said, this isn't, this isn't like the US versus China in 2070. It's Australia versus New Zealand. It's Australia versus Indonesia, not the US versus China. Oh, I see what you mean about not going for the gate now. I see what you mean about not going for the gate now. Well, maybe. Did I just lose a wing? I lost half a wing. So I didn't exactly lose a wing, but I did lose half of it. Also, no, if you want to call it, if you're going to call it the W2, it needs to be white, but instead of just being a blank white aircraft, if you're going to make that as a skin, it should be a tax form. The skin should be a tax form. But yeah, no, like I said, if we ever do get anything that is like something that would represent kind of this, you know, a speculative state of the art in 2070, I don't see it happening for a while, just because there needs to be like a base of a basic set of basic fundamental aircraft that you use to build up. That's a good one, actually. That is a good one, actually. Big bold black letters, a white plane with big letters that just say white. That is actually not a bad setup. That is not a bad con. That is not a bad skin. That's very silly. God, you know what the Vortex theme reminds me of? So, yes, no, I did break out the kazoo for that. I did break out the kazoo for that, Cheese Man. I had to. Yeah, I had to break out the kazoo for that. But anyways, I want to get back to what I was saying about stability before. Just because an aircraft is unstable doesn't mean that it's going to basically be able to turn on a dime. Physics are still physics. And I feel like a lot of people misunderstand that. A lot of people misunderstand what unstable actually means. Yes, unstable means you have a lot more control authority and can pull harder angles and such, but how about a skin that's just solid brown? Universal pattern say, oh, fuck off, Nuker. It's just a box. It's just a box, isn't it? But you see how when I have the AOA limiter off, it's really hard to keep the nose staying in a consistent direction? That's what unstable actually means. That's what unstable actually means. It doesn't mean that it's like a magical UFO that can basically, you know, that can basically stop in midair and do like really stupid shit like that, like some people seem to think it means. All right, here we go, into the tower. Actually, no, not into the tower. Yo, I should have flown through the tower. That was the idea there. I should have flown through the tower there. That would, yeah. This side up skin would be good for the tarantula. You're absolutely right about that. That would be a great skin for the tarantula, Nuker. All right, through this building. Oh God, how much did we lose? Oh, not really anything. And the engine's still fine too. Turn off the AOA limiter, and I see how this area works now. No wonder I was getting lost before. No wonder I was getting lost before. I was doing this completely wrong. Now I go to the gate. Yeah, now it's under this bridge. Up through the gate, and then left. Okay, I've got this part of the course kind of figured out now. You sound like Shiny from Supergiant Robot Brothers. Wait, what do you mean? Okay, I've never heard of Supergiant Robot Brothers. I'm gonna have to look at that now. I'm gonna have to look at that now and see what that is. Because that is actually that is probably the second very interesting comparison I've had people make to how my voice sounds. That is the second very interesting comparison I've had to people saying to what my voice sounds like. The other comparison I've heard for my voice is that I sound like Vice. I sound like Vice from Kamen Rider Revice, and that one really confused me. I was like, bullshit! Bullshit! I do not sound like Vice. His voice is way lower than mine. But I don't get why he made that, like, I didn't get where that comparison came from. But I thought that was, like, super interesting. I don't know what Shiny actually sounds like, so like I said, I can't evaluate that comparison. But that was my first thought when I heard somebody say that I sound like Vice from Kamen Rider Revice. I was like, ain't no way. Ain't no way. All right, Viff and throttle. Cut our speed. All right, let's get into a stable hover. Oh, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting. Okay, we've got it, though. We've got it. Burner, 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 burner. We don't got it. Shit. But we do have the course figured out now. We do, I think, have the course figured out now. So let's try and run the course actually correctly now. Yeah, I don't like Godzilla Earth, though. There was a lot about the Gen Urobuchi Godzilla movie series that I didn't like that version of Godzilla. There's a lot of things they did that were just weird. I thought didn't work. And it's mostly in the second and third movies where they introduce Mothra, and everything that happens from the point they introduce Mothra onwards is just very it's not good. Void Ghidorah was kind of cool, but everything involving Mechagodzilla and Mothra was not good. Everything involving Mechagodzilla and Mothra in the Godzilla Earth movie series was not good. It was like somebody took the worst parts of Avatar and slammed them into a Godzilla movie. That's how I feel about the Godzilla Earth movie series. It's like, what if we put Avatar in Godzilla, and it just doesn't work. It doesn't work very well. But yeah, Void Ghidorah was admittedly kind of cool. Void Ghidorah was kind of cool, admittedly. You know what would have been really funny? Ah, fuck. What do you mean Ace Combat 8? Are you saying that what I'm doing right now, you're calling this Ace Combat 8? No. I'm gonna tell you right now. Ace Combat 8 is going to piss off the Ace Combat 5 fan base because it's going to be making very direct references to the best game in the series. It's going to make very direct references to, at least what you ask me, is the best game in the series, Ace Combat 3. Because for whatever reason, Ace Combat 5 fans hate Ace Combat 3. Shin Godzilla was excellent. Shin Godzilla was an excellent movie. It was really cool. And I'm also gotta say the same, like, I'm really glad that Hideaki Anno finally got to do a Godzilla movie like he's been wanting to do for decades at this point, because he did an amazing execution of it. Mobile Suit Gundam, on the other hand, never let Anno do another Mobile Suit Gundam. G-Quacks, G-Cucks, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I hate the way that title is spelled, first of all. The way that title is spelled, it just looks like the song. The way that title is spelled looks like the noise a person makes when they're having very painful diarrhea. The way that title is spelled, you know, the GQ and then a bunch of U's followed by an X, that looks like the noise a person makes when they're it looks like you spelled out the noise a person makes when they're having very painful diarrhea. Also, the mobile suit designs are fucking hideous. What they did to the Zaku in that series is just disgusting, and that's even before we get to what they did to the Gundam. It looks like the Gundam ate a, you know those posts that people have been making about like Hatsune Miku eats a lemon and dies or whatever. It looks like that. It looks like that. It looks like one of those, like somebody made one of those edits of the Gundam eats a lemon and dies. It looks diseased, and it needs to be put out of its misery. That's what that's what the Gundam in G-Quax looks like. I hate that design. I hate every single mobile suit design in that series. They are all terrible. Even the titular one is the least bad. The titular one is the least bad. The actual Gundam G-Quax, it's the least bad, but it's still pretty awful. But everything else needs to be taken out behind the shed and shot. They're so bad. They are such bad designs. They are hideous. Like, they are the ugliest mobile suit. They are somehow uglier. They are somehow uglier than the Gundam Age mobile suits. And that is an incredible achievement. How do you make something that's uglier than Gundam Age? That's all I gotta say about, that is like my entire thing. That's why I say Hideaki Anno should never be allowed to touch Mobile Suit Gundam ever again. Because when he did, oh god, it's terrible. It's terrible. Narratively, I hear it's good. I hear narratively, on a narrative and character level, it's actually not bad. But oh man, it's hard for me to believe that, considering what the push with modern Universal Century Gundam has been to basically appease the people who actually say shit like Zeon did nothing wrong. I hear that G-Quax actually does a bit to get away from that, but it's hard for me to believe that, considering the track record of modern Universal Century Gundam leaning into Zeon did nothing wrong, which, if you actually believe that, fight me. If you actually believe that, fucking fight me. Because, oh man, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. And Tamino, that's the thing about that's the thing people don't understand about Zeon did nothing wrong. The people who started off saying Zeon did nothing wrong, they were joking. They were joking. They, you know, Tamino made it very explicit from the get-go in Gundam 0079 that however many I know, even if Zeon had honorable people among its ranks like Ramba Ral or Bernie, Zeon as an organization is fundamentally rotten in ways that even the worst parts of the Federation can't match. Like, Zeon as an organization is so fundamentally rotten and evil that even the worst of the Federation can't match how bad it is. And Tamino made that very explicit from the word go. So I am tired. I am tired of this Zeon did nothing wrong spiel. Because people, like I said, people have forgotten that it was a joke. And so, frankly, you have lost the privilege of using that phrase. Yeah, because here's the way I describe it. Here's the way I always describe it. The Federation was very cynical. The Federation was very cynical even before the war. You know, doing things like selling air at inflated prices to the colonies. But Zeon? Zeon is like mustache twirling evil. Xeon is mustache twirling evil. They make that. They make selling air at ridiculous prices somehow look not that bad. And that is something that I feel like under Harutoshi Fukui, Sunrise has kind of forgotten that is supposed to be the case. That however awful and awfully cynical and oppressive the Federation might be, Xeon was worse. I think a lot of us, like, even Tamino kind of forgot that in Hathaway's Flash. Even Tamino kind of ended up forgetting that in Hathaway's Flash, and he's probably been regretting it ever since. Tamino has probably been regretting writing Hathaway's Flash ever since it was published. Because, oh man, it's bad. Hathaway's Flash is terrible. Bright Noah did not deserve to have a son did not deserve to have a son like Hathaway. He deserved better. Bright Noah deserved better. And that's the entire thing with Hathaway's Flash. Hathaway's Flash is kind of the seed where Xeon did nothing wrong, went from a joke to people saying it 100% seriously. And that's why I also say, I think Tamino has regretted writing Hathaway's Flash for years at this point. Like, pretty much ever since it's been published, he has regretted writing that story, because seeing what people have done, how people have run with that story to make it into, like, basically towards full-blown Xeon apologetics. It's just terrible. It's terrible. The other one, speaking of Gundam stories that make me sad. I recently went, like, not recently, but like last year, I went and rewatched 8th MS Team, and oh boy, it goes downhill in the second half hard. I know why though. I know why it does. So, it's not a very obscure story. A lot of, it's kind of common knowledge at this point, but 8th MS Team has 2 directors. They changed directors partway through the series, and the reason why they changed directors really, really sucks. So the reason why 8th MS Team changed directors partway through is because at some point, the original director was hit by a drunk driver. That's the entire reason why 8th MS Team changed directors partway through. The original director of 8th MS Team was hit by a drunk driver. I think they were killed. I forget if they were killed, but I know they were hit by a drunk driver, and at the very least that made that they were unable to continue directing the series. Yeah, that was a thing. 8th MS Team's first director was hit by a drunk driver. Like I said, I don't remember if they were killed or not. I want to say they were, but they were. The point is, they were hit by a drunk driver, and that's why it changed directors partway through the series. Ooh, scraped the top of the stabilizer. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. All right, now under the bridge. Sometimes I feel like I don't have a partner. Sometimes I feel like I'm all alone. The city I live in, the city of angels. Lonely as I am, together we cry. I don't ever want to feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way, yeah. Ah, shit. Bad angle on that one. Bad angle on that one. God damn it. But getting a feel for the course now feels really nice. It's kind of like Dirt Rally as well. So before stream, I was doing a bit more like practicing. I was doing a bit more stage practice in Dirt Rally 2, because the last time I streamed Dirt Rally, I was reminded of just how bad I am at Dirt Rally 2. I am not good at that game at all. Holy shit. Ooh, but I was having, like I said, I've been trying to practice that a little bit as well now. Just because I want to get better at that now. I want to get better at Dirt Rally because it is really fun. It is really fun. But I still remember, like I said, last time I was streaming, I did the weekly challenge, like the weekly or the monthly challenge, the one where you're flying, the one where I was driving the Peugeot on like a 10-stage rally. By the end of that rally, the car was straight up. The car was straight up like that scene from The Green Mile where he's just like, I'm tired, boss. Tired, boss. It was legitimately, the car was half dead by the time I got to the end of that because I was fucking up so badly. Ooh, okay. AOA limiter off, and let's go. Yeah, no, oh, the car was like beat to hell, Cheese Man. The car was beat to hell. The engine wasn't revving right. The transmission was clunky. I think we lost like all 4 tires throughout the course of the rally. We were able to replace them, of course. We were able to replace them, but we lost basically all of our tire. We lost every tire at least once. We lost every tire at least once. It was so bad. And eventually, like, but we did get to the finish. We managed to get to the finish, which is what matters. That's really what matters. I made a whole, I brought a whole thing up about how, you know that series, The Hot Ones, where they interview people while eating a series of progressively hotter wings? My favorite people in The Hot Ones are the people who have basically 0 spice tolerance, but manage to reach the end. They manage to get to the last dab and actually, you know, finish all the wings, even if they're in pain, even if they're like, even if they're suffering. The fact that they're able to finish is always like the thing I respect the most. You know, it's that triumph. It's that triumph over something difficult. I don't like the interviews where the people they're interviewing already have like a very high spice tolerance, unless they discover very quickly that their spice tolerance isn't as high as they thought it was. Those are the only times I like the people who have a high spice tolerance, because you don't get that sense of triumph from them. It's just like, oh, they just do this all the time and they're not affected by it. Oh, no. No, that's a terrible idea. I get why you say to do that. That's a terrible idea. Oof. The one, yeah, oh god. I still remember why the person who ate that died. I still remember like the story about why the person who died from that did. So it's called the one chip challenge for a reason, because it's an extremely hot chip that even if you have a high spice tolerance is going to give you a lot of, let's just say, internal distress. It's gonna make your guts coil up and you're gonna regret it for the rest of the day. But the person who died from this ate like 20 of them. Yeah, somebody ate like 20 of them on a bet as like a dare, and it caused them to have like such severe internal inflammation and I think internal bleeding as well that it killed them. And as a result, they got pulled off the shelves. The one chip challenge got pulled off the shelf because some stupid teenager decided they were going to eat 20 of them to show off how hard they were. Which, frankly, the concept of the one chip challenge was stupid to begin with. Of Here's this thing that's super hot. Do you dare eat it? I could see the writing on the wall for that coming years before it happened, because I actually got to see I actually was there for another very painful moment. So Sigrid and Bird tried to do the one chip challenge, right? Sigrid and Bird tried to do the one chip challenge, and when Bird did it, she accidentally inhaled some of the chip dust, which damn near sent her to the hospital from how bad her reaction was. It closed up her airway, and it closed up her airway, and she started vomiting like violently because of how much pain she was in. It was like, yeah, no, this is a stupid product, and I could see how I could already see how that was gonna get someone killed. I could already see how that was gonna get someone killed just by how bad Bird's experience with the one chip challenge was. I was like, yeah, this is a terrible idea. We need to get away from this kind of shit of like, look how hard I am eating this ultra spicy thing. At the very least, I'm not even saying like get rid of that idea completely, but it needs to be modulated. It needs to be like, you need to at least enjoy what you're doing. At least you need to be at least able to kind of enjoy it, and not just be a case of, look how hard I am, cause that's dangerous. It's kind of like the same way I say, once you're over the age of 25, if you're playing drinking games, part of that game should be, one of the rules of that game should be, have something that makes you drink water. Have something that makes you drink water if you're going to play a drinking game once you're over the age of 25. You will thank me later if you do. You will thank me later if you have something where it's like, oh, if this happens, drink water. Because otherwise, you're going to be miserable. Oh, we made it! We made it through that one! You ate a small chili pepper candy once, and you still... Yeah, no. Exactly. It's like, even if it tastes, it's like, at the very least, I feel like if you're going to make something that's super spicy, it should taste good. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't just be heat for the sake of heat. It should taste good if it's gonna be spicy, because otherwise, otherwise it's stupid. It's stupid, and you get into territory that can be kind of dangerous. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Okay, good. We made it through that. It tasted pain. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. All right. Okay, there's the gate. Burner on. I wonder if you get good enough at this. I wonder if you can do this whole course. If you're good enough at flying the course, if you can reach the end of it before the Revoker theme ends. I don't think so, because I think it's a little too big for that, but I'm wondering if it's possible now. Fuck! Oh god! Oh god! Oh, that was scary. I just tapped the edge of the gate there. Okay, well, there goes my right wing. There goes my right wing. Now landing is gonna be interesting. Fuck it. What challenge, Cheese Man? What's this challenge you got in mind? And what makes you say maybe impossible? What are you thinking? I kind of want to know, like, what kind of challenge are you thinking that would be funny, but also maybe impossible? Oh, was that challenge with... Oh, yeah, no. That is probably one of those things that's not... It's probably not possible. It's probably not possible to do that, yeah. Also, you say like it's only you and someone else watching right now on YouTube. That doesn't surprise me, because YouTube is kind of more of a... YouTube isn't really the primary platform for me. YouTube isn't the primary platform for me. I'm not like huge in any sense either way, but Twitch is more the primary platform for me. I only recently started also doing streams to YouTube. So the fact that there's only like a couple of people watching doesn't surprise me. The fact that only a couple of people are watching on the YouTube side doesn't surprise me at all. It's just like I said, YouTube's not the primary not the prime. YouTube is something I only recently started doing with the multi-streams. So I fully expect it to be a case of that's not going to be like as big. That's not going to be as big of big of an audience, especially considering that I'm already not like I'm still not that big on Twitch. So it doesn't surprise me at all that that's the case. It really doesn't surprise me at all that that's the case. That's just, you know, that's how it is. YouTube is a relatively recent thing for me. So of course that's going to be the case. But also, ad break is coming up on the Twitch side. So we're going to take a bit of a break here. Get stretched, get drinks, etc. Do it, you know, do it all, do whatever y'all need to do, and I will see y'all once it ends. And we're back. Okay, so while I was off, I was just thinking about something I saw recently that I got a giggle out of. They're dumb, but they're dumb in a fun way. I've been watching them recently, It's this guy's like reading. It's nothing like fancy. It's this guy who's like reading off like Reddit and Tumblr posts about, you know, goofy shit people do, like goofy ideas for like tabletop RPGs, right? And like I said, most of them are pretty dumb. Most of them are pretty dumb, and they're the kind of thing you would only do once because otherwise they would get really annoying. But there was one recently that I got a giggle out of, and it was, you know, it was a fae, you know, a vampire bites a fae. No, let me just read it for you. After biting a fae, a vampire claims that she must serve him because his bite converted her into his thrall. The fae claims that the vampire must serve her because the vampire ate fae food without her permission. They both, you know, and then eventually they get to the point where they get a lawyer, to which the lawyer says, "Congratulations on your new marriage." It's such a dumb concept. And originally, like, that gave me a little giggle, but it was one of the top comments that really had me rolling when I saw it, because like putting it together, it's like it was that, and then somebody says Gomez and Morticia Addams, and that was the moment that had me fucking rolling. Was when they said that, you know, this is just Gomez and Morticia Addams. That was the one that just had me rolling. I was like, oh god, they're right. Oh god, they're right. That's literally just like, not entirely, but that is basically Gomez and Morticia Addams. I was like, god fucking damn it. The creepy and the kooky, the spooky. I don't know the lyrics to that song. Fuck. I only know that first bit. They're creepy. What are the lyrics to the Addams Family theme? Now I have to look. Now I have to look to see what the lyrics to the Addams Family theme are. I actually have to look to see what the Addams Family theme lyrics are. I've never played Ark, so I have no idea. Unfortunately. So I could not tell you which one, because I've never played Ark, cheese man. So you'd have to ask somebody else about that one. Yeah, I've never played Ark. Oh, here it is. They're creepy and they're kooky, mysterious and spooky. They're all together rookie, the Addams Family. Their house is a museum. When people come to see them, they really are a scream. The Addams Family. Ba-ba-ba-bum. 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 God, I love the Addams Family theme. So the Addams Family is legitimately fun. The Addams Family has just always been like really fun. Also, I'm just gonna say it. Jenna Ortega as Wednesday makes me fucking unwise. Jenna Ortega as Wednesday makes me unwise. Oh, Jenna Ortega makes me unwise in general. Fuck. But anyways, let's see if we can do this right. All right, brakes, throttle. No, I don't know anything about that. Cheese man. Like I said, I have never played Ark. So everything you were saying there is like a completely different language to me. So, yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. All right, we're in again. All right, through the gate. We need music for this. And I know just the track. Where is it? Ignus. Get that playing, and now let's go. Also, I was reminded of what song this. So when I first heard Ignus, the Ignus Archipelago theme in the trailer for this update, it reminded me of something, and it took me way too damn long to realize what this theme reminded me of. Like I said, I've since figured it out. What this theme reminds me of, but oh man, it took way too long for me to recognize what this theme reminded me of. And it's of all things, I don't remember which one it is because I always get the two bands mixed up, but I think it's a Stained song. It's a Stained song. You know, you take away. Yeah, you're a survivor from a spaceship. I don't know that much lore, but you tame dinosaurs from the past, kill a 20 meter spider, 30 meter dragon, and a big old monkey. The rest is just chaos. So I know what Ark is. I know what Ark is, Cheese Man. I've just never played it. Like I said, I know that much about Ark that I didn't know about the spaceship thing, but I knew about how it's like, you know, a survival game like that, and that you tame animals like dinosaurs and shit. I knew it was that. I know that, and I know it runs like shit. That's the extent of what I know about Ark. I know that it's it's like dinosaurs. You tame like dinosaurs, and that it runs horribly. That is the extent of what I knew about Ark. The extent of what I knew about Ark is that you have dinosaurs, and you have the worst frame rate in the world. Like, oh boy, that game does not run well. Every time I see people play that game, it's like, this does not run well. Like, it's gotten better over the years, but man, it was rough. It was rough for a while. And even now, it's still not great. It's also a massive fucking game. Like, file size on that is enormous. Even by today's standards, Ark is a huge game in terms of file size. Oh, I've seen how bad Ark Ascended runs. Believe me, Cheese Man, I've seen how bad Ark Ascended runs. Here's the thing. I'm not even entirely bothered by a game running poorly if the game itself is interesting enough. If the game itself is interesting enough, I'm not even all that bothered if it runs poorly or the file size is huge. For example, the Forever Winter and Stalker 2. I like the Forever Winter and Stalker 2 enough that I'm willing to overlook the fact that they both run like dog shit and they're both kind of huge. I'm willing to overlook that. I would rather they weren't, but I'm willing to overlook it because they do other things well enough to compensate for it. In the Forever Winter's case, it's the art style and just the world. The world and the art style of the Forever Winter is really good. And well, it's kind of the same for Stalker 2, actually. In both cases, that's like the main thing is they're both very poorly optimized and pretty buggy, but they both do things that make up for that. And I'm also really, really looking forward to the second wave of the Stalker 2 modding scene once GSC finally releases the modding tools this year. The Forever Winter, I was actually streaming the Forever Winter yesterday. So you can go check the VOD for that if you want to see how that game looks now. Bear in mind, my PC is kind of old. So it's I have to play it at kind of low settings and it still doesn't run great, but it's massively improved over how it was at launch. It is a massive improvement over how it was at launch. Like, dear God, it was rough. Both of those games were rough at launch. The other thing is, I'm really whenever the actual mod tools do come out, I'm really, really looking forward to getting back into Stalker modding, because I did actually do a little bit of modding early on in Stalker 2. I was actually like making some of the mod, like I actually did make a mod for Stalker 2 early on, mostly just balancing the stats and such. But I really want to get back into it once we have actual tools to work with and we don't have to do janky workarounds to extract the files. I think that's going to be really interesting just to see what's actually possible. and actually, you know, making mods, being able to actually have proper tools to make mods for Stalker 2 is going to be huge. It's going to be much easier. First of all, they're going to be easier to make, hopefully, and you're going to be able to do more sophisticated mods, you know, because like right now, what people are able to do is pretty limited. We're able to go in and adjust values on like weapon and armor stats and do some very basic AI tinkering, but there's none of it's really all that sophisticated yet. It's very basic things because the tools we're working with are very limited. I'm hoping that the SDK for Stalker 2, if that comes out this year, like they're saying it is, if they're saying it will, if that comes out this year, I'm hoping that lets people, what I'm really hoping it lets people do is bring in new assets and do like really like actually sophisticated adjustments to things like AI, you know, AI behavior. And also, dear God, I hope they actually get the A-Life system fully, you know, finally working. That has been an uphill battle for them. Like, GSC trying to get the A-Life system in Stalker 2 to work is straight up, one must imagine Sisyphus happy. It has been an ordeal, and they still can't get it right. I'm actually curious now. I want to go see if there's been any new updates for that recently. No, it's still just the roadmap that came out. When was this? When did this come out? Oh, no, on the 14th last month. Yeah, they posted the roadmap last month for what they were planning on doing this year to actually make A-Life and such work better. To make like how they're gonna make the game work better, but it's gonna be interesting to see how long that takes and how much, you know, just how much time and effort they're gonna need to invest into actually getting that working. Because there's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of stuff they're saying on here that I really hope they get working. Especially because if they can, that's really what's going to make Stalker 2 come to life. Is once the modding scene, once the Stalker 2, once the actual tools to mod Stalker 2 are in place and people can do more sophisticated mods than just, oh, we readjusted the stat values on stuff. Yeah, what's the question, Cheese Man? What's the question? What's your new question? Oh boy, I think the game crashed. No, and I refuse to use Opera GX. I don't think anybody should use Opera GX. Like, the browsers I think people should use are Mozilla Fire, are basically either like, you know, are Firefox or one of the open source Chrome forks. Not Chrome, but one of the open source forks based off Chrome. Those are the browsers I think you should use. Not Opera GX. Opera GX is not a good browser. I don't think people should use that browser. Yeah, I mean, fine, I guess, but I'm fine, I guess. I'm just saying, I don't think you should. I think it is not something I would recommend to people, is what I'm saying. I cannot, in good conscience, recommend Opera GX to people. And honestly, even if they came to like, even if they approached me with like a sponsorship, I wouldn't take it. I would not take a sponsorship from Opera GX. Because I know too much about what's going on its back end to be able to be willing to trust Opera GX. Something like Firefox, the Chromium, Firefox, open source Chromium, not Chrome, but open source Chromium, one of the various Chrome forks. Firefox, open source Chrome, or even a browser like Brave, which I use for streaming, just so that I have two browsers. My main browser is Firefox, but I use Brave for streaming just so that I have two different browsers. Even like just that, those are all, I'm just saying, those are all I think better choices than Opera GX. Or even regular Opera for that matter. Anyways, so that was the air race mission. I need to practice that more. I definitely need to practice that course more. Kind of like the same way I need to practice more in a dirt rally. But what else is there that I can? What else did I grab? Let's see. There was a couple other things I grabbed that I wanted to take a look at. Battle for Ignus. Flex gun. Oh yeah, this one. This one looked really cool, actually. I wanted to see what this one was like. Let's see. We've got industrial islands there. The drilling site. What do we got aircraft wise? Cricket, chicane, and tarantula. All right, tarantula. Let's grab AFV6. No floor turret. Gun pod and 25mm. No. Yeah, 25mm gun pods. Okay, purchase and fly. I do. I have not played the new God of War games just because they don't really interest me, but I heard they're not bad. They're not my thing, but I hear they're not bad. I hear they're perfectly fine. They're not my thing. They're not my thing. So like I've heard of them, but they're not really my thing. All right. We've got cargo loaded and we are off the pad. Wing tilt to 35. Yeah, I know about Doom. I liked Doom 2016. I didn't like Doom Eternal. And a lot of what it is I feel like Doom Eternal. Here's what's really funny about Doom Eternal to me. Doom Eternal took a lot of the tropes that Doom 2016 was making fun of and just did them. Like pulling the player out of the game for story time and making them sit and listen to story time, which was something that Doom 2016 was mocking other games for doing. Doom Eternal just goes and does that. And on top of that, both Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal have this problem of you don't really feel like you're the one doing the cool things. You're not the person doing the cool things. It's you're moving a guy. You're watching Doom guy do cool things, but you're not the one who's actually doing them. You're kind of just a spectator because of how scripted a lot of the actions in that game are. The glory kill concept isn't inherently bad, but it's too scripted. That's the big problem is it's too scripted. You don't have that feeling that you're an active participant once the animation starts. You kind of get pulled out of it and you become a spectator. That's the issue I have with Doom, with the new Doom games, is they make you feel too much like a spectator. You don't feel like you're the one who's doing all the cool things. You're just watching the guy do the cool things after you push the button. It's why I feel like it's why I've been going back to not quite like classic Doom like some people, like Bloom and a lot of other people doing, but I have been going back to Doom 3 of all things. Cuz I feel like Doom 3 is one of those games that people didn't give a fair assessment to. I legitimately feel like people didn't give Doom 3 a fair assessment because we've all heard the joke about Doom 3. Oh, it's that time Doom bumped his head and thought it was System Shock. That's really not the case once you figure out that it's built on the same engine as Quake. It's built on a Quake engine. Once you realize that it's built on a Quake engine, your view on Doom 3 really starts to change because you realize you're capable of doing a lot of the really goofy shit that you can do in like Quake. You can do in Quake, but it's also much more reliant on your skill as a player to pull off that kind of stuff. It's not as scripted as it is in Doom in 2016 or Eternal. And that's kind of what I wish Doom, I kind of wish Doom had more leaned in that direction where things like glory kills and such, they weren't so scripted and more were a reward for player skill. I don't know how you would do that. You wouldn't be able to, you probably wouldn't be able to do that with glory kills. I'll just get that out right now. You probably wouldn't be able to do that with glory kills, but that's what I wish Doom 2016 and so on had done is more game mechanics that were rewarding players, that would reward skilled players the way that, for example, strafe jumping in Quake does. I think part of it is also just that's kind of what happens when you have an opinion, though, cheese man. Now, you need to have control. You need to be able to have control over that, yes. But it's very easy to go too far in the other direction where out of an attempt to respect other people's opinions, you end up not having any opinion of your own. So you need to be willing to have, passionate opinions on stuff, even if it sometimes gets into arguments, but you also need to know where the line is. To put it another way, you need to know where the line is. You need to know how far is too far and when to stop. Because otherwise, like you said, you're going to have that thing where you're just getting mad at people for no good reason. You're getting mad at people for no reason, and you're kind of you're insulting and belittling people for no good reason. It's kind of a knife edge. I don't want to say knife edge because that makes it sound harder than it actually is. It's not easy, but it is kind of a tightrope walk where you need to be able to have those strong, passionate opinions, but you don't want them to rule you. You want to have those opinions, but you don't want them to rule you, and that is a tricky balance to strike. And especially nowadays with with social media and all that, really amplifying and rewarding people who are highly confrontational and opinionated. It's a very tricky balance to strike, especially nowadays. And unfortunately, we're kind of seeing the consequences of that. We've been kind of seeing the consequences of that. Okay, bring ourselves around, throttle up. Try and land back at the drilling site. So we can rearm and refuel. We've already captured one island. Let's go for the next one. All right, we are in a pretty stable hover now. Oh god, we hit the tower. We hit the control tower. Kind of. No, yeah. Well, not quite, but yeah, we basically hit the control tower. Okay. It's fine though, because we did technically land. So let's bring our, let's get out of the aircraft. It's the crew chief's problem now. And let's get back into it. Let's see. What do we want to bring this time? Do we want to bring the containers? No. We empty this. Oh, no, we can't bring those. Okay, we can't run this as a gunship. So another AFV6. All right. Throttle, start our engine, start the engines. And let's see, which one is the least contested right now? Enemies are moving to capture that one, so we're gonna have to do something about that. Let's see here. This was, I think that's the one I dropped off IFV at last time. These are all bots. Right now, these are all bots because this is not online. But this game actually does work online. It's just, like I said, I don't really like playing with randoms because they can be kind of assholes, unfortunately. It's a trust thing. It's like, I just don't trust them, I guess. I don't really trust them. And that's why it's like, I don't really like just going into like random matches. At least not on stream. So that's kind of an issue. But also, like I said before, I definitely think these kinds of games are more fun if you're playing them with an actual group of people, because a large part of it is being able to banter without worrying that someone's going to get too offensive or someone's going to get too offended. Like, either one. You don't want to deal with somebody getting too offended, but you also don't want to deal with somebody getting too offensive. You don't want somebody randomly coming in and shouting, you don't want to deal with somebody randomly coming in and shouting a slur. And unfortunately, that's one of the things you always risk. That's one of the things you end up risk happening if you're playing in a game with like randos, especially if you're streaming. It's one of the reasons why I really liked that. There was a game I really liked called Hold Fast Nations at War. I think it's dead now. I think it's kind of a dead game now. But even if it wasn't, I would never stream that, because half of what makes that game fun is the ridiculous things people say in voice chat. But also, those are the kind of things that can very quickly get you in trouble on stream, because eventually someone's gonna say a slur. That's just the unfortunate truth, is eventually someone's gonna say a slur. And oh god. Up. Throttle up. Okay, we are recovered. Now we need to bring our altitude down. Yeah, it's just the inevitability of public online game, of pub games, that pub games with open voice chats. That's kind of just the inevitability of pub games with open chats, is they can be kind of risky if you're streaming. It's not like, it's easier when it's a text chat, which is why, like, if I was still playing War Thunder, I would be willing to stream War Thunder. I quit playing War Thunder. I'm never going back to that game. But if I was still playing War Thunder, I would be willing to play War Thunder, because I could just cover up the text chat, or basically just, ignore the text chat, say that's not my responsibility. It's a lot harder when the game has open voice chat, though. That's when you get in trouble. And that's what I said, something like, this game doesn't have that problem. This game doesn't have the problem of the open chat where, oh god, someone's gonna say a slur. But it's more just like, I don't want to play this game with like pubs, just because of the kind of game it is. You're gonna have this game is a different case. I should say this game is a different case. I'm not, it's not a case of, oh, I'm afraid to play with pubs because someone's going to say a slur. I just really think I like this kind of game better when you're running it with a group, even if it's just fucking around with that group, because you can be a little bit more. Did I break my landing gear? I broke my landing gear. Okay. And we're on fire. Okay, yeah, bail out. We got the cargo delivered, though. That's what matters. We got the cargo delivered. Means, yep, Sealand Industrial is under our control now. Good. Let's see what we can deploy from here. Hey, we can use a tarantula. We can bring another tarantula. You'll stay till the next break, but then you gotta go because it's like, oh yeah, it's super late for you. Oh, it's super late for you. If you gotta go, you gotta go. I understand, Cheese Man. I totally understand. Time zones are rough. Time zones are rough. Yeah, like I said, but the real reason I don't want to play this kind of game with pubs, like I said, it's just, this is not the kind of game I like playing with pubs. This is the kind of game, if I'm playing this, I would rather play it with a group. I'd rather play it with a group than with pubs. I'm not like afraid of somebody coming in and saying a slur with this game. You know, I'm not afraid of that. That's not what the deal is in this case. It's just, I would rather play this with a group is all. Now, on the other hand, like I said, something like Holdfast or Deep Rock or so on. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. You know, something, I don't know about Deep Rock even, but games that have open, you know, that have like that have open voice chats. Those are the times where I'm like, oh God, someone's going to say a slur and then I'm going to get in trouble for it. That's not the case with Nuclear Option. That's just that's just a case of preference. Nuclear Option is just a case of preference. I prefer playing with groups. But still, that's what it is in a nutshell. That's really what it is in a nutshell is. I prefer playing a game like this with a group instead of with pubs. Same goes for something like the Forever Winter. Actually, no, the Forever Winter, I've played the Forever Winter with pubs, and that was actually not bad. That's another game. That's a game I'd be willing to play with pubs because it does have in-game VC, but you can turn the VC off. And it's not like, and you're not really losing much if you turn the VC off, aside from coordination. You know, you're losing coordination, but you're not losing anything else, unlike something like Holdfast, where, again, like I said, half the appeal of that game is the goofy shit people say in VC. It's very much not a concrete thing. I'll say that much right now. It's very much not a concrete thing. It's very much just like purely based on vibes. There's no hard and fast rules to it, and it's kind of stupid. But that's just kind of how I feel about different games where I like play, where I'm more willing to play some games with pubs than I am others. There's no hard and fast rule to it at all. There's no hard and fast rule to it at all. Hell, I don't play Deep Rock enough, but I think I'd almost be willing to play Deep Rock with pubs. Or at the very least, I'd be willing to play it with viewers. I would be willing to play Deep Rock with viewers, but that's kind of what I mean. That's kind of what I mean when I say there's no hard and fast rule to it. It's purely based on vibes. It is purely 100% based on vibes and preference. There's no hard and fast rule to it at all. That enemy tarantula tried to deploy supply containers and blew up the platform. Oh, that's oh. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that is unfortunate. That is deeply unfortunate. Oh. But I think after this, we might switch, after the next break. I know you're going to be going after the next break, Cheese Man. I think we might switch games after the next break, just because, like I said, trying out these new missions and such are interesting. These new missions and such are interesting, but I'm also like I'm really finding myself wanting to play this with other people. And again, like I said, this is the kind of game I'd rather play with a group of people, and none of the people who I would normally play this with are around right now to play it with. They're all busy with other things, whether it's, work, etc. They're all kind of busy right now. So you know what? Like I said, you know what? I think after the next break, we're gonna switch games from this. Where's the Sealand Industria? There it is. Okay. There we go. Vertical wing tilt. And come on. Oh yeah, no. Thanks, Cheese Man. Thanks. That's great to hear. That's real great to hear. Thanks. Come on. Are we descending? We are descending. Okay, that's good. We are descending. This is what we need to be doing. But also need to control the descent. Watch the radar altimeter. Once we are low enough, then we'll go from there. Okay, there's our landing pad. Line ourselves up with the pad. Going nice and slow. Go in nice and slow. Bit more power to even out our descent rate, even out our sink rate, and just head into the pad. Gears down. We are set to go. I would love that. Cheese Man. I mean, that's always the dream. That is always the dream, is that, you end up blowing up and people find you and they like what you're making. Even if you don't become huge, just having, finding a niche. Finding a niche is always just that is ultimately the goal for everyone who's doing this. Is even if you never end up being like the next Markiplier or PewDiePie, or I don't even know who's big nowadays. But you get what I'm saying. Like, even if you don't end up being that kind of big, having at least a little success is kind of always that's always the goal, is to have at least a level, some level of success. Let's try another one, because I think, Research Lab just got blown up. So. Okay, switching over from transport to gunship, because, oh boy, some of these platforms are in rough shape now. Watch the RPMs. Once we're over 300, and once we're up, we can take off. Yeah, exactly. Really? Actually, no, not even. Those are important. But you know what is the most important thing, Cheese Man? The most important thing is to be authentic. Don't make yourself into something you're not just for the sake of clout. That's the most important thing. Don't make yourself into someone you're not just because it makes your numbers bigger. Because if you do that, it's eventually going to catch up to you. That, people are going to realize you're a liar. It might take a while, but it will happen. It will inevitably happen that, people will recognize you're a liar, and that nothing you've been doing is real. It doesn't always happen quickly, but like I said, that inauthenticity, people will eventually catch on to that. One way or another, people will eventually catch on to that, to that you're not authentic. That everything you say you are is a lie. I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not saying, like the platitude of just be yourself. That's different. When I say, when I say be authentic, what I mean is be true. That's what I mean is, I'm not saying, oh, just be yourself, because sure, just be yourself is terrible. I'm gonna say it right now, just be yourself is terrible advice, because ultimately just being yourself means you never improve, you never develop as a person. But that's why I say be authentic, not be yourself. They're two separate concepts, and one is much better than the other. Ooh. Ooh, but we can't capture it with this. Ah, shit. Let's see if we can. Oh, that would be funny, actually, if that let us capture it. That would be really funny if that let us capture it. Okay, let's see if we can arm up the chicane, though. Can we arm up the chicane? Only the 25 mil pods. So what's even the point, then? Gun pods, gun pods. Hey! Hey, we can take bombs! We can take bombs. That's something. What else can we do? 20 mil gun pod. Oh, we could just take all the 12-7 gun pods. Oh, shit. We're like a World War II fighter now. We just turned into a World War II fighter. Oh, this is going to be so dumb. This is going to be so stupid. Let's see how this goes. Let's see how this goes now. Up we go and take off. Weapon lock is off and let's go hunting. Man, you know what I need to do more? I keep always thinking about this, but they're so hard to do is the problem. So I haven't done any any tabletop RPG stuff in way too long. I haven't done tabletop RPGs in such a long time. It's been way too long since the last time I was either running or in a TTRPG session. And unfortunately, again, it's just, those are like one of the hardest things to stream just because of how much organization they require. Oh, there goes. There goes. He's spinning. Got another one inbound and an enemy cricket. Turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around. Whoa! Oh, those 25 mil pods are mean. Oh, those 25 mil pods are mean. God damn. Those hurt. Those really hurt. Fuck. Ooh, okay. But we've got a setup now. We've got a setup now. All right, bring our throttle back up. Up the ramp we go. And let's get back to business. Enemy crickets in the area, so keep an eye on that, because we just took off. We're not in a good energy state. But we're going to try and get around anyways. Oh, they're way up there. Ah! You mentioned bombs earlier. Looks like one of them. Yep, that's the two 125s they just dropped. Not going to be enough to get me. I don't know what they're aiming at. And it doesn't seem like... Yeah, no, it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to do anything with that. Because they're the little 125 firecrackers. So they shouldn't do too much damage. Yeah, they didn't do that much damage. Just the 125 firecrackers. You take on Little Cat Feet, and if you want to, My Burden is Dead. Try My Burden is Light before Dead. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, no. I'm guessing what you're saying is that My Burden is Dead is a variation on My Burden is Light. Like you said, it's a much darker variation on that song, on that track. On the subject of music recommendations as well, though. On the subject of music recommendations, this isn't a game soundtrack, but this is an album that a friend introduced me to recently that I really, really like. I really would recommend you listen to Alien, the album Alien by Northlane. I got introduced to them earlier this year by a friend, and that album is really good. It's a really good album. Particularly, I think my favorite track off of thanks for letting me know the game audio is acting up. Thanks for letting me know the game audio is acting up, Bacon King. The game crashed and I had to restart it, and I guess I forgot to check how the audio was on that. Thanks for catching that for me. There, it should be working now. It should be working now. Alien and Obsidian are both really good albums. I don't like Northlane's earlier albums as much, but those three, everything they did from Node. So my thoughts on Northlane, and the friend that introduced me to Northlane kind of will probably disagree with this, but I prefer what Northlane did from Node onwards to their earlier album. I think Northlane's later albums are better than their earlier albums. God damn it, Bacon King. Not you two. Also, wait, no. Did I say thanks for that? Did you? When did you follow me? I forget if I mentioned that follow. Did I see that follow earlier? I think I did. Okay. I think I did see that follow earlier, so that's fine. I was like, is there another new follow that I missed? I think I'm okay. I think I didn't miss that one. Or. Oh, god damn it. God damn it, Cry About It. You just had to, didn't you? You just had to hit me with the Freddy 5 Bear, didn't you? Another tarantula coming in. They're on their landing approach. This just feels unfair. This almost feels kind of unfair. Like, the tarantula has the gun pods that, if I go in front of it, will just shred me. But this still just does not feel fair. This legitimately does not feel fair. I feel like this mission would be a lot better. This mission would be a lot better if I was running it without the... What's it called? Oh, yeah. If I was running this with another person on the other side. But, man, this just doesn't feel fair. Like, I'm gonna be real. This does not feel fair. Oh, another one behind me. Watch him. Where is he? Probably above. Try and spot him. Okay, yeah, he just dropped a pair of firecrackers. We got him now, though. So let's try and get up to him. G management is a thing. It's just I have not been pulling very hard G's this entire time, Bacon King. Because this is not a very fast plane. So the Cricket is not a very fast plane. So it's not very easy. It's kind of hard to pull really hard G's in it. Because right now, you see, I'm only going like 90 knots. And I can't pull much AOA at 90 knots. Like, not even... Like, barely even 15 degrees of AOA. So, I'm not pulling very hard Gs at all. Because I'm not going very fast, and I can't pull very hard. Right now. So, G management is a thing. It's just, this isn't a setup to this isn't really a setup where you have to worry about it. Oh god, I think that's a tarantula with gun pods. That's a gun pod tarantula, I bet. Oh, I think I just ripped off half my wings. I think it just ripped off half my wing. Oh no, it wasn't a tarantula, it was another cricket. And yeah, yep, it just ripped off half my left wing. Kinda, yeah, it kinda is Bacon King. It's basically a crop duster. To put it simply, the cricket is basically a crop duster. Well, it's not that simple. It's like an OV-10 Bronco, but oh yeah, it's not a very fast or high performance aircraft at all. It's not a very high performance aircraft at all. So it's not really a surprise that I'm not pulling very high G's in it at all. Very high G's in it. I'm a little disappointed at just how empty the chicane is weapon-wise. You would think at the very least they'd let it have its chin turret. I don't know about that. It's definitely one of the very early planes that was added in this game's development. I don't know if I'd say a prototype, but it was added very early in the game's development, so it's been around for a while. Line up on that cricket. So the 25s are a lot more powerful than the 50s, than the 12-7s. Well, it's twice the caliber. It's a 1-inch round as opposed to a 50 cal, but you can tell I don't have nearly as much ammo, and I'm in a helicopter, so I'm not nearly as quick. So this is going to be interesting. Oh, I think we might have gotten him, though. Yeah, we got him. Down he goes. Oh. Oh, this is kind of fun now. This is actually... I'm getting this mission a bit more now. And I'm definitely saying, yeah, this is not nearly as good as it could be if I'm just playing it solo. Like, having, like, 3 other people, 2 on each side, would make this mission a lot better. I could definitely say that for sure. If we had, like, if I had, like, 3 other people to run this with, so that we had, like, a 2v2 setup, this would be a much better setup for sure. This would be much more enjoyable for sure. Let's see. Oh, there's another enemy chicane. Let's see if we can't do something about that. Come through here. And let's put ourselves on target. We are...
Main rotor down.
Oh God! Oh God! Yeah, we're down. Eject! No, none of the aircraft in this game are real. They're all fictional. Every plane in this game is fictional. I do think I know what you're talking about, though. I do think I know what the plane you're actually thinking of is, though, Bacon King. Because the concept of the parasite fighter was a real one. Parasite fighters were a real concept, but it wasn't the cricket because none of the aircraft in this game are real. They're all fictional. The aircraft you might be thinking of, the aircraft you might be thinking of is the XF-85 Goblin. Let me actually go get an image of that for you so you can see what it is. Let me pull up the Goblin so you can see what this looks like. And tell me if this looks familiar to it or not at all. Is it the Oh, are you saying that? Yeah, the Oreo B2 was funny. The Oreo B2 was very funny, Bacon King. But this is the Goblin I'm about to post right now. Tell me if this looks at all familiar to you. Yeah, add in one. I saw this, but yeah, this is the goblin. Does this look familiar to you at all? Because this might be what you were thinking of. And yeah, 1 minute left. Yeah, that sounds about right. You can see it in like the top. You can see it in the top left corner of the screen. Yeah, but that's the XF80. Yeah, that's the one you were thinking of. Yeah, the XF. The goblin is an incredibly silly plane. The goblin is an incredibly silly plane, and I love it. I love the goblin. It's so goofy looking. But also, like I said, I think we are gonna switch games. We're gonna switch things over after break, going from nuclear option to probably gunner heat PC, just because I've been really enjoying that. But I need to actually grab something before we go any further than that. Because aside from that, I finally got some of the mods I've been playing to work in that. I finally got some of the mods that I've been doing. I was trying to get working in Gunner Heat PC to actually work. Particularly the M1A1 mod and the packed increased lethality mod. They're still kind of funky and a little janky, but they work. I'll put it that way. They work. And that is really the main thing I wanted from them, is I wanted them to work. But so let's grab update for the M1A1 mod. And is there an update for this as well? Has there been an update for this as well? If not, I might just leave it alone. No, that hasn't been updated, but it doesn't really matter, I don't think. We've got this one, so that's fine. What about PIL? PIL been updated? Looks like it has. And it seems like the main bug from the last up version of this has also been fixed. So we are back. So this, now, like I said, we're switching over to Gunner Heat PC. I am running this modded, by the way. So I am running a couple of mods for this. Specifically, I'm running the M1A1 mod. So I have the 120s. I have the 120 millimeter Abrams. And the Abrams with the 120. I have both of them, the E1 and the A1. I was really hoping this mod would have, you would have settings for this mod so that I could have, instead of the M1E1 and the M1A1, I could have the M1A1 and the M1IP. Like, change one of the, you know. What do you mean Doom mod, Bacon King? This is the wrong game for that. What are you saying? What do you mean by Doom mod? So I said, I'm running the M1A1 mod, the A2 Bradley mod, and the Packed Increased Lethality mod, and I've got it all tuned to basically be like, so the game by default is set up so that it's the Fulda Gap in 1985. I've got the mod, that bit, oh, come on. I've got this game set up right now to basically run like, instead of 1985, it's 1990. That's the way I'm trying to actually get the mod set up. Is what if it, you know, like, because the game's already like, you know, what if the Cold War went hot in, I know it's not. I already said we were changing over, cry about it. I said we were changing over to Gunner Heat PC. And I'm just talking about how I have the game modded. So I have the game modded so that I have the T55AM, the T62M, updated T72s, and updated T80s. You know, the T80, T72 are all, like, you know, these are updated. I've got the M1A1 and the A2 Bradley. And the idea is, like I said, the idea is to, like, push the timeline up from 1985 to 1990. Which I'm thinking I might actually go and change one of the other settings in this so that the T64s have contact 1 on them, assuming they don't already, and I'm just looking at the wrong T64. No, I need to actually do that. Okay, I'm gonna need to adjust that at some point as well, because I think these don't currently have that on them. I need to adjust that, because like I said, I want this to be 1990. I'm trying to, like, approximate. I'm not gonna say, like, approximate. Yeah, it was the Arab-Israeli war, wasn't it? At least Western reactive armor. Soviet reactive armor is a different story, but I do know the story of how Western reactive armor came to be. In the aftermath of one of the Arab-Israeli wars, I think Yom Kippur, somebody, you know, there was like a West German observer went out and looked at, you know, evaluated the damage done to different tanks by the Sagar missile in particular, and noticed that certain tanks, the missile did less damage when they hit something that exploded, and that eventually led to, you know, that led to the Blazer ERA, which is the foundation of Western ERA. I don't remember the story of how Soviet ERA came to be, but I know it was developed independently of, what was his name? Like I said, it was a West German, you know, West German going and evaluating the damage done to armored vehicles after the Yom Kippur War. That's Western ERA. I'm trying to remember the story of Soviet ERA, though, because they developed it independently as they developed it independently in their own process. Oh, did it? Huh. That's interesting. Because I was thinking about Manfred Held. Who was doing, you know, was like said, doing work in, you know, was like doing research after the Arab-Israeli wars, and developed, you know, and that's how, like, where Blazer ERA was developed. I did not know about the Australian developments, though. I didn't know about the Australian developments. I knew there was, like, I knew about Manfred Held, and I knew that the Soviets had their own research that led to explosive reactive armor, which is what eventually became Contact 1. I did not know about the Australians, though. That's actually really cool. But also, this was a really good test to know that, yes, the game works with the mods. So, let's see. What are we going to run now that we've got that going? What are we going to run now that we got that going? Ooh, I know one that could be interesting. I think there was like a mission with T-62s. That sounded like it would actually be a really good time with the T-62M. Actually, anything with the T-55 or the T-62M, that could be a real good time. Oh, I just realized another mod I need to get now. Fuck. I need to get the ERA mod. Actually, is there one for the M60? I know there's the one for the Abrams, the Bradley, but... Well, what I mean by works is that it loads. It doesn't crash the game. The game doesn't immediately crash when it loads. That was just a test. But now we can actually get this going. Now we can actually get this going. What are we going to do? Ooh, marketable mayhem. Tasked with assaulting through an enemy strongpoint and seizing the ground behind it. There is increased movement behind enemy lines. It could mean they're preparing an attack, or rotating their units on the front. Take 1st Platoon and secure battle position Charlie. You will leave 1st Platoon on BP Charlie and take 2nd Platoon to seize Objective Savage. Here we go. M60A3 versus T-55M. This is going to be fun. Something like I said, something I do wish was a mod for this. And again, this would have to be a mod thing because it doesn't fit the time period of the base game. But I would love if, in addition to the current existing Western ERA mods for the Abrams and the Bradley, if we could also get ERA for the M60. ERA for the M60 would be fun. Launching an attack from Objective Savage, which is up ahead. Once we cross over BP Charlie, we should be able to spot them. Oh, these are the thermal sights! Relays! Got him! Lays! Fire! Shit! Tanks down. Switch to the next one. I do love how this kind of plays out, though. The T-55s have better armor than we do, but we have better optics. So we have this setup where we're trying to leverage our thermal sights to get the first shot. And this is actually a really fun setup. Where was that other enemy tank? Back. Got him! I'm on. Okay, they're down. Moving up to occupy Objective Charlie. We need to get to that berm. Now, BP Charlie, we need to get to that berm so we can actually move up and use it as a protected position. Remember, we don't have as good of armor as the T-55s do. Our optics are better and our gun handling is better, though. So we should be able to make that work. We have the thermal sight. We have the thermal sight and a better fire control. So we should be able to make this work. It's going to be interesting, though, because these are up-armored T-55s. They have the BDD package and more modern ammo. Shit. Move. Keep track. Fire control system should be able to run this. Come on, reload. Relays, fire. That did it. Okay, good. They're down. Go, 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 go. Scanning. Nothing there. That's a bush. No sight. Okay. Oh, something from that direction. Do we see it? Can we see it from here? Doesn't look like it. Commander view, do we have any visual? Second tank is still active though, so we're kind of okay. We're still kind of okay. Let's move up towards that berm. We'll use that as a firing position. We'll go from there. Scanning. Nothing, nothing. That's a bush. Whoa, that was a round. That was a tracer. That was a tracer. Down, 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 down. There's something over there. Got him. Is that an active threat? I don't know. It's not burning. It's not dead. It's burning, so it's dead. That is the logic that I've kind of come to with this game. Is if it's not burning, it's not dead. So even if it's not moving, even if I think I shot at it earlier, better safe than sorry. If I've got the round to spare, put a round in it to make sure that it's on fire. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to hit it from there. We're probably not gonna be able to hit it from there. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. That does mean our position is protected from that one though. So as long as we break, keep line of sight broken, we can come around on them. Let's see. Is that tank, anti-tank? That is an enemy tank. Okay. We're at this kind of point blank range. Western heat is a lot better than Soviet. Oh, it's a BMP. Okay, yeah, that's a BMP. So heat is the right choice of ammo here. Not really. Height over bore isn't really a thing because vehicle optics are generally convergence corrected. So that shouldn't be a thing we have to worry about. Come on, reload. Fuck you, BMP. So yeah, no. Height over bore is maybe kind of a thing when you're talking about obstruction and such. But yeah, no. Most optics, especially by this time period, most vehicle optics are do have angle correction dialed in on them. Plus, most of the vehicles in this game have some degree of automatic fire control system that handles ballistic calculations for you. So unless you have, actually there is one situation where you have to worry about height over bore, and that's when you have to use the auxiliary sight. As long as our primary sight is active though, we don't have to worry about things like height over bore. If we lose the primary sight though, then we might have to worry about things like height over bore. But as long as we're running the primary sight, that's not really an issue. So hopefully that answers your question, Bacon King. Hopefully that answers your question. Man, I am really looking forward to whenever this game gets multiplayer. Because they are planning multiplayer for this. It's going to be great. It's going to be great when they do. Especially like you start out on a mission like Table Salt where you have you start off with 2 tanks. And let's say you got 4 people. You start off with 2 tanks, you got 4 people. No. Fuck. God damn it, Bacon King. No. When I say sight, that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean when I say sight. I mean let me show you. So you see these blisters on the sides of the M60 turret and that rectangular thing on the top of the M60 turret, those are what I'm referring to when I say sight. I'm talking about your optics. The things you use to look out from the tank through the gun to line up your shot. That's what I mean by optics. I know, you're probably joking, but still. I am I can be horribly pedantic at times. And so like I just kind of felt like I needed to mention that. Just to satisfy my own pedantic tendencies. Oh boy, we are in a bit of a rough state. We've lost about half our guys. We lose any more, we might fail mission, because 70% losses is considered a fail state for this. Let's hurry up and move to Objective Savage and try and take that. You're running off Helldiver logic here. Man, Helldivers 2 is just Helldivers 2 again. I feel bad for Helldivers fans. Oh god. BMP. Oh shit. Got him. We lost the primary site. Okay. But we managed to make it work at the end. We lost the primary site, but we got him at the end. Bonk. That's right, you stop. That's right, you stop. Oh, we lost our loader, but it doesn't matter. We got here, we took the objective. Hell yeah. Marketable mayhem indeed. So, T-55 shot to our left track. Didn't seem like it didn't disable us, fortunately. Then, second shot, we returned fire. Is that the same T-55? Curious now, because it's next to a BMP. No, that's a different T-55. Okay, took out this T-55. Then we hit this one. Doesn't seem like yeah, this one bounced. This one didn't! Oh, that was a BMP hitting us. Oh, that's what killed this. That's what killed this tank. And then we killed we killed another T-55. Bounced off. Oh, we took out their gun breach. Ooh, even with the shatter, we took out their gun breach. That puts that one out of the fight. Took out Commander and we hit ammo on that. That almost certainly killed that tank. BMP hits our gun barrel. Doesn't really do too much damage because they fired the wrong ammo. Same goes here. That one, oh, that's a bad day to be a T-55. Like I said, this was very much this one was the one where I was like, if it's not burning, it's not dead. So I had to make sure. Fuck you, BMP. Fuck you, BMP. This BTR also had a shitty day. This was the BMP that knocked out the platoon leader tank. And then tried to take another shot at us. Another shot. We took it out with that one. The other BMP took a shot at us that took out the loader. But return fire, we took it out after that. Okay. Yeah, no, M60A3s versus T-55s actually feels like an interesting fight now with the AM2s. Because before, like, sure, you could argue that the actual fight for the M60s is supposed to be the T-64R and T-64A. You're probably right. But having them actually fighting T-55Ms and T-62Ms, it feels more appropriate, I guess is the only way I can describe it. For whatever reason, fighting T-62Ms and T-55Ms in the M60A3, it feels more appropriate. Let's see what we got here. You are 4th platoon, tasked with the clearing of elements of an enemy motor rifle regiment positioned defensively in front of you. 1 company of BTR-60s. One platoon of BTRs is replaced with a platoon of BMP-1s. 2 ATGM teams. 2 AT gun teams. Enemy units are spread throughout the 2 objective areas. Objective Talc is suspected to have a BTR-60 platoon. Chalk has the remainder. AT gun and missile teams are expected in the vicinity of Objective Chalk as well. 4 M60A3s, 12 113s in A company leading the sweep. 3 fire missions, 1 smoke mission, 1 air support. Your platoon is to assist A company in the seizing of objectives Talc and Chalk. Coordinating instructions. A company is leading the attack, and you are to support them with fires to destroy any targets identified. Oh, this is going to be a fun one. I can already see from here. This is going to be a good one. This could potentially be kind of terrifying, though. This one could be potentially kind of terrifying, because we're going to have that moment like we did in Pact Partnership, where I see an ATGM out of like the corner of my eye. It's too late to do anything about it, and I just sit there and watch as it kills my driver. I can already see it coming. This is the TTS. Okay, I was wondering if this was thermal sight or regular A3. You don't really see the non-thermal sight A3s as much in many missions in this game. I've seen them a couple of times, but it's always very interesting when you do. Pull up the M85. Once we get to an appropriate berm, we'll use it as an observation. We'll use it to observe. That'll give us a better look at what's going on, and we'll be able to support from over this hill. Let's see, we've got... Inbounds. Multiple PCs. Ah, shit, we already lost our primary sight. Target. Next one. It's probably an SPG-9. Actually, no, might have been the BTR taking out our primary. Okay, that is first 2 BTRs taken care of. Let's do observation sweep, see if we spot anything else. Scan right to left just to make sure. Oh, we actually got him on a blind shot. Hell yeah. Shit, we lost our track. Okay, next tank over. That one's still got its gun, so it's still getting in the fight. Switch over to the thermal. We can see through the smoke. Pull up. Let's see if we've got anything. Contact! Fire heat. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Ooh, that thing really doesn't like us. Okay, moving around. We got new objective. Secure Chalk. Chalk is about 1 kilometer out. We should be able to see what's going on over there, though. Follow the 113s. Identified. Waiting on loader. Up! On the way! HE on anti-tank position. That should clear him out. And go for Sagger drill. We roughly know where they are. We're just gonna hose that position down. We're gonna hose that position down. Infantry are dismounted and assaulting. Moving to support. Stick with the PC. Stick with the APCs. A bit short. I don't even know if that's an active enemy PC, but I wanted to make sure it was dead. Like I said before, if it's not burning, it's not dead. All right, moving up with the APCs. Scan. Don't see anything particularly conspicuous, but there are AT teams in the area, so keep an eye on that. Anti-tank position, put HE on that, just in case, and help the... Shit! Told you that was gonna happen. I told you that was gonna happen, didn't I? There was gonna be that moment. I see an ATGM. It's too late to do anything about it, and I just watch it spiral in. Oh. Oh, it's somehow not as bad as it was with that. Oh, it's because Pact Partnership is survival horror. But it's somehow not as bad as that one time in Pact Partnership where I saw the toe right as it hit me. God, that mission is scary. That mission is scary. I love that mission, but oh, it's scary. Like, legitimately terrifying. That is a legitimately terrifying mission. If you ever get this game, there's two missions that I think once you get to grips... once you get to grips with things, you play some of the easier missions like Abrams Alley, Patton, like Abrams Alley, Marketable Mayhem, etc. After that, there are 3 missions. I said 2, there's really 3. 3 missions that I really think really cement what this game is all about. Table Salt 1, Longer Road, and Pact Partnership. Especially Pact Partnership. Oh, that mission is terrifying. That mission is absolutely terrifying because you are driving through the woods at night in a tin can. Shit, every time, like I said. Every time there's something. Oh no, we got a sound bug. We're gonna have a sound bug. Oh boy, we're gonna have to quit the mission after this. Just because that sound's gonna keep playing. That is a terrifying noise. Oh good, it did end. That is a terrifying noise to hear at the end there though. That it's like the static, like TV static. Oh, that's actually kind of a scary sound there, the TV static. Oh, what did you do to your knee? What did you do to your knee, Falcon?
Motor ready, stable loaded. Gunner ready, stable index.
Opportunities to be an alcoholic and short-term reasons mount. Oh, god damn it, Falcon. You really need to quit beating yourself up like that. Like, I know most people, most of the time when someone says beating yourself up, they're talking about being depressed. I don't mean that. I mean you are like actually physically beating the shit out of yourself. Or at the very least, if you're gonna do, if you have to do that for work, that's fine. But don't make it worse afterwards. All right, switching to the thermal. Enemy PC left side, got him.
Fire heat. Gunner team up on the way. Target. Hit target. Gunner heat. PC. Identified. On the way. Target.
Good, hit on both.
Gunner heat. PC. Identified.
And 3.
Target.
Bonk.
Target lost.
Oh shit, it's done. It's not dead, it's not dead, it's not dead, it's not dead.
Gunner heat. PC. Reverse left. Heading. On. Identified. On the way. Target. Hit target.
Next one down.
Reverse left. On the way. Over.
Oh good, it's an SPG-9. Okay, hold back, hold back, hold back, hold back, hold back. See if we can't find that SPG-9.
Reverse left on. Identified.
Can't see it through the smoke. View is obstructed. We are looking for a tiny target here.
On the way. Careful. Re-engage.
Ah, shit. All right, next tank. Ooh. Ooh, that was bad. That was bad. That was bad. That was bad. Back, 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 back. Present front. Present front. Why do you keep praying for endurance, patience? Why do I keep paying for endurance, patience, and will and start crumbling when I get what I asked for? Regardless, you're definitely going to school for nutrition and kinesiology after this. You want to know how to fix yourself. And hopefully with a school with a Navy ROTC program. That way Jack will get his wings, sea, land, or air. I'm on. There he is. Got him. Shit. I think we got him that time, but oh, lost the tank. Lost the tank, but I think we got the position. Woo! Oh, that was zesty. We've lost half our tanks though, so this is gonna be rough. Where are those AT positions? Oh, how convenient. They're all lined up next to each other. Have some artillery. Have some cheddar. You've earned it, boys. Shit. Okay, up, 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 up. Take there, that one. Okay, we've taken talc. Now it's time for objective chalk. This is where things are gonna get interesting. We are down 2 tanks. Let's see if the other what's the status on the other. The other one's also fine. Okay, good. Worried that we only have one we still have 2 fully functional tanks. Hey, we got him. Ooh, took losses, but we got him. First hit on BTR 60s. That's the SPG-9 I was kind of freaking out about. ATGM took out, yep, it basically took out like half our ammo. So no wonder we blew up big. That was very, no, wait, no, that one wasn't lucky. I don't know what I'm saying. Why the hell am I calling that lucky? Another 9M111. Where is this AT? Where was this AT position at? I could not see it for the life of me. Holy shit. Yeah, no wonder ATGMs were terrifying. By the time you see them, they've already, half the time by the time you see them, it's because the only reason you see them is because they've already fired. And once the Cyclos missiles got introduced, things just got worse because it wasn't like the Sager where you could really see the missile waving and wandering around. You really, once it was on you, it was on you. Oof. BTR 60 PB. Another BTR 60. Yep, there's the BTR. Did we see any of the BMPs this time? Did we see any of the BMPs? Because they said there was a platoon of BMP 1s replacing one of the platoons of the BTRs. Did I see any of them? I don't think I did. Huh. Interesting. I don't want to see what happens if we run that with something else now. Ooh, that could be interesting, actually. Run this with, like, oh no, that would actually be the setup. I don't think, that's not gonna be something we can do because you can't swap tanks out for APCs, but that would be a fun, cheap tricks. If we could swap out the M60s for Bradleys, that would be fun. Ooh. Oh, I know what we can do, though. Swap out the M60s for Leopards. Swap these out for M113, the German M113s. And now we got something zesty. Yep, that's why we've got the M11. That's why we got the APCs, Falcon. Our job is to get the APCs in close enough for their dismounts to get in and take ground. And that's what's gonna help us against. These things. Yeah. At the end of the day, it always comes down to the. God, that always reminds me. I forget what game it was. But I don't remember which RTS it was. But there's an RTS whenever you select a certain unit, and he always goes, at the end of the day, it all comes down to the infantryman and his rifle. I don't remember what game that is, but that is a line from an RTS that actually directly references what you're saying there, Falcon. Because fundamentally that's true. Armor and air can't hold ground. At the end of the day, that's the thing. Armor and air can't hold ground. They can break holes to let infantry through, but when it comes to holding ground, you need infantry for that. Boots beat advanced with foot slogging over Africa. Foot slogging over Africa. Boots, moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. 10. Actually, how does that poem go? I kind of want to do this. Yeah. With foot, slogging over Africa. Foot, slogging over Africa. Boots, moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. 7, 6, 11, 5, 9 and 20 miles a day. 4, 11, 1732 the day before. Boots, moving up and down again. There's no discharge at the war. Don't look at what's in front of you. Boots, moving up and down again. Men go mad with watching them. And there's no discharge in the war. Count the bullets and the bandoliers. If your eyes drop, they will get on top of you. Boots, moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. We can stick out hunger, thirst, and weariness, but not the chronic sight of them. Boots, moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. I have marched 6 weeks in hell and certify it is not fire, double stock, or anything but boots, Boots moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. Try to think of something different. Oh my God. Keep me from going lunatic. Boots, moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. God, I love that poem. It's such a great just like example of just like someone just spiraling into insanity from just the chronic monotony. Wait, what's this? Imagine if cinnamon was harvested from domesticated or wild bears in the fall, and how you. Yeah, no, Boots is a really interesting little window. It's a really interesting psychological window that is actually really it's a really cool psychological window, and just like on how monotony, not even, you know, not violence, not, you know, like those things obviously can as well, but how people forget that monotony is just as capable of breaking a person, doing the same thing over and over.
Park, nach rechts. Ziel erkannt. Stoßung. Zu tief. Dasselbe Ziel. Geladen. Achtung. Zu tief. Selbes Ziel.
Oh shit.
Geladen. Verfehlt. Dasselbe Ziel.
Oh, that's a lot of ATTMs.
Dasselbe Ziel.
All right, artillery on positions. Cast on second group. Oh, that was way too close. I don't know how I survived that one.
Achtung. Zu tief. Selbes Ziel.
Oh. Oh. Oh, God. That was like 4 of them. All right, there goes our driver. Because it's very cursed. That's why Falcon. Because I did read the whole message. I was like, oh, that's cursed. Ah, shit. This one's down a loader as well. Oh boy, we already lost this one. All call signs check in. And okay, ad break. So Now, you know, it's funny you say that. It's funny you say that because there is some truth to that, actually, Falcon. There is some truth to that. At least if you're trying to work in IT, if you're trying to get a job in IT, that is definitely true. Like 100%. 100%. If you're trying to get a job in IT, it's a lot easier if you're a furry. Yeah, IT or nuclear. Like, it is honestly amazing to me, just like I said. Like, it is honestly kind of funny to me just how much both of those fields, like IT and nuclear, are just, there's so many furries in both of those industries. There's a lot of, like, and along with furries in IT, it's furries and trans people. There's a surprising number of trans people in IT. Like, I don't think anyone really appreciates just how important trans people are to the IT industry. Like, it's furries and trans people are the backbone of the IT industry, and it's actually kind of amazing when you figure out just how much that is the case. They're just like I said, that industry is just full of both of them. And like I said, that's why I said it's like, you know, you're trying to get a job in IT, or like you said, or nuclear, or the IT or nuclear industries. It's so much easier if you either are a furry or you know furries. At the very least, you know, like if you are a furry or you know furries, it is so much easier to get a job in the IT or nuclear industries. Yeah, from Flag and Torch and the Tumblr wars to Reddit posts and blogs and more. OP to the Army Signal Corps, for real, not a lie. Yeah, no. Like, again, there's just like, we're kind of seeing that live now, how much people don't appreciate you know, how important things like the Signal Corps and such, which have a very large, like, not just the Signal Corps, but like technical fields in the military rely on trans people and women in general. And I feel like there's a lot of folks who just can't appreciate that because they're so lost in their own bullshit. And like this, you know, you might have heard the term before, the cult of the warfighter. This idea of, you know, ignoring the parts that make an army good at war because they're not sexy, you know, they're not manly enough. So you act like they don't matter, even though they're the most important parts of an army. There, we got him this time. We definitely got him that time. Woo! Yep, we got him that time. Okay, that takes care of the ATGM. Let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. I mean, we can get into also how the fact that, I mean, if you really want to, we can also get into the fact that, you know, VTuber models are just digital fursuits. If you really want to get into that, we can get into how VTuber models are digital fursuits, and anybody who's in denial, and people who deny that are kind of just, it's kind of desperate watching people deny that. It's like, dude, it's a digital, you go on the internet in a digital fursuit. Why are you so upset about that? I wouldn't go that far, actually, Falcon. I wouldn't go that far because there's a lot of commitment to that. You know, furry adjacent? Yeah, but Well, like I said, I'm got him. Okay, move. Got another one. Where is it? Left. Loader, come on. Over. Set heat battle site, which is 800. Are we out of heat? Oh shit, we were out of heat. In other words, yes, a VTuber is a digital mascot of one's own personal view and choices and how to express certain aspects of themselves. Or at least, yeah, which is, like I said, it's basically a digital fursuit. If you really want to get into it, it is a persona. It is a costume. It is a it is a persona and a costume, which for all intents and purposes, that's basically what a fursuit is. If you really want to get into it, that's what a fursuit is. It is a persona and a costume. A VTuber model is the same. It's a persona and a costume. So it's a digital fursuit. I mean, if that's how you want to see it, yeah. If that's how you want to see it, yeah, that's definitely a way of thinking about it, Falcon and Bacon. That's definitely a way you can think about it. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes the art is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes the art is pretty good. So I'm not above it. I'm not above that. I'm not above that. You are not immune. You are not immune to good. You are not immune to good furry art. You are not immune. It's like how you are not immune to Imp Midna. You are not immune to Sexy Crystal. This is a simple fact of the world. You are not immune. I don't care how cool you think you are. You are not immune. Oh, we lost our driver. No, the fursuits don't do anything. The fursuits don't really do anything for me aside from appreciating the work that goes into them. Like they are not attractive to me at all, but also whenever I see a good fursuit, I want to know the person who made that, and I want to talk to whoever made that and just listen to them go for hours on the stitching and the craftsmanship that went into making that suit. I want to talk to the person who made that suit. Maybe not, no, sometimes that's the person who's wearing it, but not always. Like when it comes to like fursuits, I am more interested in the person who made that fursuit than whoever's wearing it or even the suit itself. I want to just sit there for, like I said, for hours, like maybe like an hour or two, and just listen to them talk about how much work they put into designing and making it, because that shit is cool as hell to me. A handle would be preferable even to tears, but not mandatory. You mean, like, what do you mean by a handle? What do you mean by a handle, Falcon? You mean like a handle of liquor? Because if you're drinking a handle, that's concerning. Oh, handy. Okay, not handle. Okay, I was a little concerned there. I read handle. Yes, I know what you mean now that I'm reading it right. I didn't read it as handy though. I read it as handle, which made me think it was, which again, You say handle, my first thought is a handle of liquor, and I get worried because that is a dangerous amount of booze to be drinking. Like, honest to God, like a fifth is already concerning. A handle is even worse. What's going on in the Twitch chat, SVG, is that Falcon is very out of pocket. That's what happens. That's what's happening, SVG. A handle is like 1.5 liters, Falcon. It's like 1,500. I think that's what it is. Let me check how much a handle is. I think a handle is like 1,500. A handle is... Oh no, a handle is even worse. A handle is 1,750. A handle is 1,750. It's worse than I thought it was. But yeah, no, SVG, what's going on in the Twitch chat is just Falcon being real out of pocket and cursed like he always does. That's all that is. Don't worry about it. This is his normal behavior. I will correct him if he goes too far. Don't worry about that. Da-na-na, 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 da-na-na.
Panzergranate. Schützenpanzer. Nach links. Nach links.
Damn it, Bacon King. God damn it, Bacon King. God damn it. You just had to make it worse, didn't you? Yeah, no, that's a terrible idea. Like even 1/4 of a handle, that is a lot. That is, you should not be drinking that much at one go.
Neues Ziel. Panzergranate. Schützenpanzer. Nach links.
Shit.
Neues Ziel. Panzergranate. Treffer.
All right, that got him.
Neues Ziel. Vorladungsgranate. Geladen. Schützenpanzer. Nach rechts. Ziel verloren. Vorladungsgranate. Schützenpanzer. Ziel erkannt. Feuer.
What do you mean I'm the one who...
Selbe Ziel. Neues Ziel. Geladen. Vorladungsgranate. Neues Ziel. Ziel verloren.
Back. Oh man, not having the laser rangefinder makes this notably more difficult. Oh boy.
Vorladungsgranate. Schützenpanzer. Verfehlt.
Not having the
Geladen.
it's a lot more difficult, especially at these ranges with heat. Oh, trying to fire heat at these ranges is zesty.
Vorladungsgranate. Schützenpanzer. Nach links.
That's good. Okay, we're on target now. We got him zeroed. Where's that other Where's that other BTR at? Got him. Another one down. Where's the other group at? To our left. Shit, we're out of heat. Shit. Tank's down. No, we're not down yet. All right, tank's down. Oh, God. Oh, that's mission failure. Shit. Shit. Okay. Let's try that again. We're getting there, but oh man, it is a fight. It is a fight. I can see why they have you in the TTS for this mission to start with. It's a lot easier with a laser rangefinder. Like, the thermals don't really change much, but the laser rangefinder, oh boy, it does. The laser rangefinder changes everything. It's also why I think it would be really cool. Oh, hey, welcome back, Chamboosas. How are you doing? I was saying, what would be really, really cool is if eventually the, what's it called? Oh yeah, we eventually, we're never, the game is built around Centag, so, and the Fulda Gap. And these guys, these might be a little bit too far south, but I think it would be really, really, really cool if we could get the Canadian Leopards, the C1s with the laser rangefinder and the Belgian fire control system. Those would be fun. Oh, wow, that was fast. That was fast. That was way faster than I thought it was going to be. Oh. Oh, that was way faster than I thought it was going to be. Whew. Damn, those again, ATGMs are terrifying. Oh boy. Oh boy, they're scary. You see like that one, you could see the cloud from it firing, which did help me get on it, but man, trying to range that again without the laser rangefinder, trying to range that just off battle sight and and the stereoscopic rangefinder, that is a task. That is a task. No, 1200 is battle sight. Okay. Yeah, you could see the exact moment the missile knew where it was. Exactly. Exactly, Baking King. It's like, and you know what you have to do in that moment. It's like, okay, I see where it's coming from. I need to move and just hose that position down. Even if I miss, it doesn't matter. I need to spook the gunner so he just twitches just a little bit wrong. Because that's the only way I'm getting out of this without a hole in the tank. First one down. It's an SPG-9. We're over. Do we get him? I think we might have. I think we might have gotten him that time. We're going to find out, though. We're going to find out if we did. That's for sure. Ooh, boy. Oh, boy. This is getting... That, like I said, though, that group of SPG-9s and ATG and AT-4s on the hill are a goddamn nightmare. That group of AT-4s on the hill are a goddamn nightmare. Especially, like I said, when you don't have the laser rangefinder to help. You can only imagine. Reversing this mission would be a wild experience. Reversing this mission is going to be a wild experience. So instead of the... we're on target though. We're roughly on target. So keep firing. Keep firing so it dies. Oh, something just hit us. APC's on the left. Got him. Shit, where's that ATGM at? Got him. Move! move, 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 move. Again, that is just terrifying. Absolutely terrifying when you got that ATGM coming in on you like that. And it's like, you can't do anything about it because it's already halfway to you by the time you're maneuvering. Oh, that's scary. That is so scary. Ugh. What are you gonna do, Bacon King? What are you gonna... Bacon King, I will put you in this leopard and I will make you do this. I will make you do this. Let's see how well you handle it. Let's see how well you handle these. Let's see how well you handle this shit. Oh man, I love this game though. I love this game. Unironically, like I said, I cannot wait until this game gets... No, I don't know when. I don't know how long it's gonna take. I cannot wait to get multiplayer in this. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good whenever multiplayer comes in.
Panzergranate. Schützenpanzer. Erkannt. Feuer. Treffer.
One down. What's the next one?
Panzergranate. Pack. Ziel erkannt. Geladen. Feuer. Zu hoch. Selbes Ziel.
Aim below.
Geladen. Neues Ziel.
Takes care of the SPG-9. Oh boy, that was a missile. Came from over this direction. Let's see if we can spot it. Where's the launcher? Think we've got his position. Artillery. No, that's smoke. That's fine. Artillery on the next one, though. That was very unfortunate. Oh.
Panzergranate. Pack. Nach links.
Next position on the left.
Treffer. Feuer einstellen.
What? What? We actually hit that. We actually hit that with the... We actually hit the launcher with a Sabo round. Oh, that is unlucky for them. That is unlucky for them. We actually hit the ATGM launcher directly with a Sabo round. Oh, they are so... That is so unlucky for them.
Achtung. Ziel erkannt. Dasselbe
Over.
Ziel. Dasselbe Ziel noch.
How far off? I think that one was short, so let's go up a little.
Geladen. Achtung. Treffer.
Got him.
Dasselbe Ziel nochmal.
Gonna have to re-engage, though. They're not dead.
Geladen.
Now they should be.
Geladen.
All right. We're running low on heat, though, so that's gonna be a problem. No. Restock. Restock heat. Switch to another tank in the platoon. Move up to PL's tank, and we're gonna see where we can go from there. Keep them covered while they're restocking heat, and then we'll move up to objective talc. Not move it. No, not move it. No. We'll start working on objective chalk. There's still active conflict, no, active contact going on between here and objective talc. So, okay. We've got enemy PC on objective talc, artillery on position. Bring ourselves up to meet PL's tank. PL's tank is on the left. Shit. Lost them to the... Lost the APCs. Okay. Have we actually... No, we did successfully do this mission with the TTS. That's right. Oh, doing this with the Leopard is brutal, though. And like I said, it's entirely down to fire control. It is entirely down to fire control. The M6, even the M60, the M60A3's fire control system just spoils you. It spoils you so hard. It's kind of insane, actually. Like, you don't realize just how spoiled you are by the M60 fire control system until you have to live without it. Oh man, it is a stark difference. And it's like, I've done missions with the Leopard before, like Table Salt, and even the T62. Like I said, I've done Table Salt and Pack Partnership and Longer Road, where, you know, you think I would be used to gunnery without fire control, but oh man, it is always a shock when you go from having fire control to not having fire control. And, okay, I say not having fire control. There's a ballistic computer in this thing, but it's a lot more basic. It doesn't do things like lead calculation or, and range finding is slower, but man, still the point still stands. Going to such a, going to this like a much more basic fire control system is a feeling. It is a feeling. Well, first tank's down. Switch to the next one. No, as of, compared to the Abrams or the M60A3, the fire control system on the Leopard 1 is relatively basic. You're relying on an optical rangefinder instead of a laser rangefinder, which is a lot slower. It is a significantly slower system and much less accurate, to the point where I'm not even using the rangefinder. I'm just going off battle sight here, because otherwise it would take too long. I set the range to, I just set the gun to a range where if I point at the target, it's more likely to hit with only very slight adjustments. And then I just kind of wing it from there. I'm just winging it. So yeah, the fire control system on this thing, nowhere near as sophisticated as the Abrams or the M60A3s. So describing it as basic is 100% accurate. Oh shit, they're too close in! Set our battle sight lower! Okay, there's also AT in the area. Can we... Shit, we lost our gunner! Not our gunner, our loader. Alright, crew bail out! Ooh, boy. All right, we can use this dead tank as cover, so that's actually kind of helping us. Not exactly desirable, but it works. Again. Again. Jesus. That is just brutal. What do you mean by around 125 meters, Bacon King? Were you just saying like that's how far the BTR was, or what? Oh man, running this. I'm just thinking about running this same situation, run this same scenario, but as East Germany. Oh, that could be good, actually. That could be real good. We're gonna have to deal with some much nastier. No, you have to add a 0. Add a 0 to the end. That's in 10. That's in tens of meters. So it's not 125. It's 1250. So that 100, that's actually 1,000. So yeah, we're set for 1,200 right now. Why they wrote them that way, I don't know, but they did. I don't know why they wrote them that way. I just know that they did. Yep. See, that's because that's a projected reticle. Okay, that's what I was wondering. It's like, is that a projected reticle or an etched reticle? It's projected. So you see how this reticle is lit up versus why this one isn't? So this one is a projected reticle. What that means is a light is basically projecting that image onto the optic, and it can be moved around by the fire control system if it has enough information to move the reticle around with.
Hack. Nach links. Erkannt. Feuer. Achtung. Verfehlt. Dasselbe Ziel.
Shit. Oh, that AT4 placement was brutal. Ugh. Oh, this is brutal in the Leopard 1. I did not realize how nasty this was going to be in the Leopard 1. Like, it was already pretty stressful in the M60, but man, it is worse now. Yeah, it hit something and it lit us on fire. That's what happened, Bacon King. It hit something and it lit us on fire. Losing a tank that early in the engagement is just, you can't come back from that as the thing. You absolutely are, Falcon. If you're within, I wouldn't even say 300, I'd say 500. If you're within 500, you're too close. You are too close. But yeah, definitely 300. If you're within 300 meters, you are too damn close. That is, you know, 300 meters is a knife fight. 300 meters in a tank is a knife fight. And like, that is the kind of shit where if you come out of that alive, yeah, 300 is rifle range. Exactly.
Panzergranate. Schützenpanzer. Ziel erkannt. Neues Ziel. Panzergranate. Achtung. Zu tief. Dasselbe Ziel. Geladen.
They're further out than the site is set for right now. Still short. Okay.
Geladen. Verfehlt.
Need to correct for can't.
Verfehlt. Dasselbe
Just a
Ziel.
little bit off.
Geladen. Verfehlt. Dasselbe Ziel.
Oh, this is an interesting shot to try and make. This is an interesting shot to try and make because we gotta do math for this. Like, we gotta do math for this because we're diagonal right now, so we gotta adjust on two axes to actually hit what we're trying to get there for. Only safe place to be around a tank is a museum outside a war zone. Either the tank's gonna kill you, or whatever's trying to kill the tank is gonna kill you.
Zu tief. Selbes Ziel.
So yeah, like 100%, you're right about that one. Only safe place to be next to a tank is in a museum outside a war zone. Because that is a high priority target for everything in the. It's a high priority target for everything in the area, and it's also going to be doing everything it can to kill everything that's shooting back at it.
Dasselbe
So it is not a safe place to be.
Geladen. Treffer. Selbes Ziel. Feuer.
And yet, ironically, it's not a safe place to be, but sometimes it might be the safest place in the area. So you just gotta eat that risk.
Feuer.
Do we... Oh, wow, we actually went through all of our ready ammo. We went through all of our ready storage. God damn. Ooh. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, Banking King. What I'm saying is, it's not a safe place to be, but sometimes it's the safest place to be. it's still a dangerous place to be, but somehow it ends up being the least dangerous place in the area. Because, like I said, on one hand, everything's trying to kill that thing because it's, everything's trying to kill it because it's a high priority target. But also, everything's trying to kill it, but it's also designed to try, it's designed to try and take hits. So if everything's trying to kill it, they're not trying to kill you. It's one of those kind of situations. God damn it, cry about it. You're really just running through the entire all call signs report in. God damn it. I love that you're actually like allocating what each unit is though. That actually is really good. Like describing what each of them is.
Panzergranate. Park. Nach links. Wiederkannt. Feuer. Achtung. Zu hoch. Dasselbe Ziel.
They're not firing at me, but we want to put as much fire on them as possible.
Geladen. Neues Ziel. Vorladungsgranate. Park. Erkannt.
Another one, that's an SPG-9.
Achtung. Zu hoch. Dasselbe Ziel. Zu hoch. Dasselbe Ziel. Verfehlt. Dasselbe Ziel. Zu hoch. Dasselbe Ziel. Treffer. Dasselbe Ziel. Feuer.
Shit! Track's down, but we're still moving. Wait, never mind. Crew bailed out. Okay. I was like, where is our turret pointing? God, that's another reason why I'm waiting. I really want multiplayer. Because sometimes the AI, the platoon AI does weird things. Oh, I know why it's doing that. I know why it's doing that. I need to tell them they're in the wrong formation. It's my fault. The platoon AI does weird things, but also I just realized I've been not setting their formation. So they're staying in line. They're staying in line formation when I need them to be in well, they're in column formation. They're in column formation. I need them to be in like line or echelon. That's why it's not working. That's why they're doing that. Okay, let's actually do that this time. Spicy pinwheel machine gun? No. Oh, yeah. Oh, well, kind of, Bacon King. They have the successor to the MG42. It's the MG3, which was made in the 1950s to modernize the MG42 and use NATO ammunition. So it's not exactly an MG42, but it is derived from the MG42. All right, platoon deploy into line. Hopefully this time we'll actually have more fire on target. We'll be able to put more fire on target this time. Because that was definitely something I didn't realize I was ignoring. Okay. No, that's the MG4. The 5.56 with the polymer stock, that's the MG4. The MG42, the MG3, which is what you see here, is you take an MG42, you make its internals slightly heavier, so it has a slightly lower rate of fire. Not by much, mind you. It's still a very high rate of fire. But the MG3 does bring the rate of fire slightly down, or at the very least makes it more controlled. It makes it more controlled because the MG42s, especially the late war ones, they were being built with such light internals that the rate of fire was super erratic. It would go like, it would go like up and down and up and down and up and down. It wasn't very steady. So one of the things they did with the MG3 is they made the internals of the action a bit more robust to help stabilize the rate of fire and make it more controllable. But more importantly, the main change is they changed the ammo from 7.92 to 7.6250, from 7.92 to 7.62 NATO. So they changed the caliber and they made the internals just a bit more robust. Probably like in par with like the MG34 or early war 42s. tornado. 7.6 tornado is a fun round. It's a beefy round though, but it's fun. Definitely see the appeal, yeah. Oh god, I just realized I've been actually, my aim was kind of off there. All right, we actually got him that time. All right, make sure formation is set good. And let's move up with the APCs. Try and keep them covered. Oh! Like, what is our coax even doing? Oh, it's set way too high is what it's doing. Holy shit. Got him. Okay, next one. Can't see him through the smoke. Tracks are out. Oh. Move up. We need to stay with the piece. We need to stay with the APCs. Otherwise, those ETGM teams are gonna rip them apart. God, I love the voice work. I love the voice lines in this game. The German ones are still apparently not correct because they're set for the East German voice as opposed to West German. But man, the panic in that voice is so good. And that's not just true for the German one, that's true in general. The actual, like, the panic of the tank, the TC is so good. Come on, come on. Got him! Like, just hearing the panic in that voice, it's so raw. It's so raw. It feels so good. Like, it feels exactly like, it reflects exactly how you feel in that situation, especially when you got somebody right next to you that is going to kill the shit out of you. You don't deal with them immediately. The US tank crew in particular has some really good lines like, kill him now. I love that one in particular. That one is just absolutely blessed. Like, kill him now. Oh, you feel that. You feel it. Okay, we've got both objectives taken. Just need to deal with the enemy, the remaining enemy sets. Come on. We only got Sabo loaded, Sabo in the rack right now, but whew. Oh, finally managed to do it with the Leopard 1. Let's go! Woo! Oh, that feels good. Oh, but I think that is where we are gonna call it for today. That's where we're gonna call it for today. So, Sabo is, imagine a big metal dart. Imagine a big metal dart, Bacon King, and so that dart is too small to fit inside the gun, so they put a thing around the dart to make it fit so that it fits inside the gun, but once the dart leaves the gun, the thing that makes it fit in the gun, falls away. That's called a Sabo. That part is called a Sabo. The part that then goes on to hit your target, that big metal dart, is the big metal dart. Here, I'll post an image so you can see what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. You can see the structure of it and how you have a dart and a thing around the dart to hold the dart in place while it's in the gun that then falls away. So this is what I'm basically firing at them. That whenever I have Sabo loaded, this is what I'm firing at them. The other round I've been using is heat, and heat rounds look like this. So that's a Sabo round. This is what a heat round looks like. These work off. So the Sabo round, the Sabo round works off of kinetic energy. It's moving very fast. It's a big metal dart that's moving very fast. So whenever it hits something, just the sheer impact, force of the impact is what lets it go through armor. Heat works off a different principle. So I have a clip actually that kind of explains, not very well, but it kind of explains how a heat round works. But like I said, I am gonna cut y'all loose on the YouTube side. Actually, we're gonna find somebody to raid. Let's see, Bat is on, but I raided her last week and she already knows about. Oh, let's raid Sigrid and Bird actually. Let's raid Sigrid and Bird. I was talking about them earlier. Let's see what Sigbird are up to. As always, you want to see what I'm up to off stream? These are all the places you can find me. Let me put this over for the YouTube side before I cut y'all loose.